Hello everybody, and good morning here for me. And I apologize for very how do I say? I apologize for the late start because unfortunately, the reality is that we have technical problem with this. We have technical problem with I have technical problem with or we have technical problem with the laptop. Unfortunately, suddenly while I'm still preparing, video scheduler problem yet appeared again. So it's a pretty ridiculous problem, but regardless, let's go live instead.
Are you ready for the event?
All right. So hello everybody, and good morning. I'm your host today, Dennis Suguwa, for the Artemis II crewed moon mission for this morning.
Canadian Space
And
Agency, this is Jenny from Mission Control Houston. Please call
okay,
Integrity for a voice check.
okay, and
Jenny,
here we go.
hello and thank you. Integrity.
Here we go.
This is Josh Kutrick at the Canadian Space Agency in Saint Hubert. How do you hear us? He hears us.
We got you loud and clear, Josh. Great to hear your voice. We got Jenny and Capcom, and it's great to have you on board Integrity. Thanks for joining.
Okay, so as you can see, this is the
Thank you.
this is the
Jeremy,
public conference
and to your
here
crew aboard, we have
by
a
the
very
Canadian
special guest
Space
tonight
Agency
who would like to say
part.
a few words to you. And so, c'est avec grand plaisir que je passe la parole au très honorable Mark Carney, Premier ministre du Canada.
Merci beaucoup, Joshua. Et tout d'abord, Jeremy, je veux commencer en français parce que tous les Canadiens et Canadiens sont tellement fiers de vous pour bien des raisons.
All right, as you can hear, Quebec French here.
Parler français pour la première fois dans l'espace. And as I say, the Canadians are so proud of what you're doing and the collaboration. And I just want to have a chance, if I may. I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled to be speaking with you, Jeremy, and the crew. We've all been watching and inspired by what you're doing. And I just want to, I'm conscious. I spoke to the president the other day. I think he may have mentioned just how proud we are to be associated with this mission. And, it strikes us in Canada, there's such an incredible team, from the engineers who designed Orion and the rockets to mission control, to Jenny and the team there, the four of you. And I wonder if you just, enlighten us a bit about some of the lessons that you've learned over the years and up there in terms of teamwork and collaboration. I mean, this is such a unique example for the world and beyond. And I heard last point pilot Glover say, I think it was on Easter, he was looking back at what he called Spaceship Earth, and what lessons we can take here on how to work together better down on Earth.
All right, and I forgot to tell you.
Premièrement, c'est un honneur pour nous d'avoir le Premier ministre à bord le vaisseau Integrity. Alors, merci beaucoup pour ça. Et pour moi, c'est juste important de communiquer que je suis tellement fier du Canada. C'est le Canada qui a fait le travail de créer cette opportunité d'être ici dans l'espace lointain. Alors, Canada, je suis aussi fier de vous. Also, why don't I pass the word or the mic around a little bit? I think my colleagues would love to say a couple words, and they know a lot about collaboration. You can see we got our flags here together. We're better together, and I'll pass the mic.
Perfect.
Greetings, Prime Minister Carney. I just wanted to say thank you for the amazing hospitality, and we look forward to sharing all of the discoveries and pictures and experiences with the people of Canada when we get back. And I think I'll just say one word about teamwork is willingness.
Awesome.
Willingness is a huge ingredient in a successful team.
I'll just add that I flew to the International Space Station in 2014, and before we go up there, we have to go to Montreal to the Canadian Space Agency and do training up there. And it was amazing. In just 1 week of my robotics training up there, I have lifelong friends from Canada, and I am honored to serve alongside Jeremy, Josh, and Jenny, truly the finest astronauts I have ever met.
Nice.
I completely agree. I love my crewmates' words. I think we're so in agreement on this. And really, the answer to your question, in so many ways, we are an example, I hope, of that collaboration, about how when you go together, when you bring in partners and contributors that are all excited about the same mission but have different talents, how you can go so much farther. It may be more complicated, but I think what we've shown time and time again, both in the International Space Station and with this vehicle and this mission, is that the impacts are just so much greater and they're compounded.
Amazing, amazing. Well, can I pick up on just a couple of things you said? One is on hospitality, and it's great that you've been to Canada. I want to extend the invite on behalf of all Canadians to come to Canada. Certainly come to Ottawa. Don't look too closely right now. You'll notice that it's still pretty white, but it's the snow's going to go. And I just wonder, a lot of Canadians just want one point of reassurance that the preference is for maple syrup over Nutella on your pancakes in the morning. I'll take that as a yes. I hope.
Absolutely, sir. I can send Christina to get the syrup right away, but we definitely have it on board. It can make another guest appearance.
That's excellent. I'm going to ask two questions. I'm conscious of the time.
She'll bring it over. While I have the mic for a second. All right, over to you.
I'm sorry, Jeremy. I'll squeeze in two questions. Well, by the way, we all trust you. You don't have to prove it. But I'm going to ask a serious. Well, they're both serious questions. And the first one was, Jeremy, you said the other day that this mission is a risk for a good reason. Which really struck me, and
you can see
as well,
Rise Earth plushies there. Yay!
People had to decide that it was risk and it was good to go, and everyone signed off. So you're taking risks for a good reason. And
Okay, and anyways, since I don't have enough time to say what I want to say earlier, so hello everybody, and good morning. You're now I'm your host today, Daniel Suguwa, where we are watching together for this Artemis II crewed mission right now, where the Orion Integrity spacecraft are now flying back to Earth for this brief update, day 8. And yeah, at least for my time, it's almost 7:30 a.m. It's 7:28:30 a.m. here on 9th of April 2026 in Sarawak, in Borneo. So that's that. Just to give you some context.
And maybe I'll get it from the crew, but
All right.
my family suggested the
So
one this morning,
this is what we are looking right now.
and so that's been
The
my
public
favorite
affairs
so far.
event
I'm gonna
live.
go around.
Live for Canadian Space Agency, live from the Orion Integrity spacecraft. So you're looking there with these 4 astronauts of Artemis II crew.
That was my favorite one.
Yeah, what you're listening, that's Victor Glover, and then now handing back mic is the Reid Weisman. In the middle is okay, and then passing by okay, Reid Weisman passing the mic to Christina Koch, and in the middle, the main center of this event is the Jeremy Hansen.
I'm not sure how long, but
So
many
this is it.
hours, and I knew that we would
Oh,
need to fill back up on that.
okay, so they're talking about
My second favorite song will be on
oh,
landing
about
day,
the
but I'll let you
song.
wait to see what that one is.
Ooh,
I think it's
nice,
appropriate for the
interesting.
day. The one more thing you asked about risk, and we we do think risk is necessary, but calculated risk, well thought out risk, and risk that you balance with others. And so for youth that are making those decisions, do it in collaboration with others. People will point out when you're out over your skis, and so you have to be smart about how you take risks. But as a country, we have to be willing to have some failures, and we fail in this space program, but we assure ourselves we're not going to stay or rest in those failures. We're going to push through them. And so as you've been leading our country, we know we have to do some things. We have some work to do. We have to be willing to have some failures and be okay with that, but ultimately knowing that we're just going to persist and win in the final calculation.
So yeah, well said.
Prime Minister,
Well
I did
said
want to show you this.
by
We
Jeremy
have
Hansen,
this
bro.
on
Well
board,
said.
flying, and when we get back, we'd love to make sure
I
this
mean,
gets to
seriously,
you. So I
Canada
know your
really
name on
has
the
that.
back, well, your
Oh,
title on the back. Make
oh,
sure that it gets to you.
can't see. Oh,
Over
it's
to you.
okay.
Thank you,
Okay.
Jeremy.
But
If I
yeah,
may,
well
thank you,
said.
Reid,
I can
Victor,
say Canada
Christina,
really have that
Jenny.
opportunity to really establish a
Extraordinary
very, very
experience. And I'll
strong
just reinforce
aerospace
what you just said.
base.
Whether it's in
But
Canada, the United States, right
well,
around the world,
perhaps,
the examples that you're showing,
but well,
how
perhaps some things
to reach literally
doesn't
for the
doesn't
stars,
work the way
reach
it
for the
should
moon,
be in the
and
70s, 60s,
not just be
80s.
satisfied with that,
But
because you're setting a platform
regardless,
for the world to go even farther.
better have something than
And
nothing
it's
at this point.
hugely inspiring in all
I mean,
walks of life. Canadians
it's
couldn't be
still
more
far
proud
away better
of
than
you
us here
personally,
right now
but this mission and our
in Sarawak, in
collaboration with the
Borneo.
United States. So
We
thank you
literally
for making the
almost
time, and
almost
Godspeed
have no
to
planning
the
for
rest of
this
the mission, and
space
look forward to
program,
seeing
but
you here
it's
at
only
some
pretty
point in
recently
Canada
we decided to just
for
go
maple
in with
syrup
that.
on pancakes.
But I'm afraid we are a bit late on that stuff, but I don't know. Maybe something good in the future. And yeah, maple syrup
We love
on
it. We love it,
pancakes
sir.
in
That's great.
Canada. Oh, okay. That's pretty interesting,
Thank you,
and
Prime Minister.
that's
Thank
the
you, Jeremy. I would
applause
now like to invite
and
the
loud
Honourable Melanie Joly,
applause
Minister
clap.
responsible for the
Okay,
Canadian Space
so this
Agency.
is it.
The
Very
stage
good.
is yours.
Yes, thank you, Josh.
Hello.
Hi,
All
everyone. Hi,
right,
Jeremy. It's really a pleasure to see
all right,
you
nice.
and
Another
all the
again.
crew. Ça me fait vraiment plaisir
Before
de
that,
vous voir.
you
Écoute, on est
heard from
extrêmement
the
fiers, tout le
Prime
monde ici, la
Minister
grande famille de
of
l'Agence
Canada,
spatiale
Mark
canadienne. On dit
Carney, and
bonjour, puis
now
on dit à quel point on est fiers de
the
toi.
director for the
And
Canadian
what I wanted
Space
to tell
Agency.
you is how much I've
All right,
heard
let's
time and
go.
time again, people from across the country saying, oh my God, we're so not only proud, but it's good news. We're following because they're providing hope, and Jeremy is actually helping us go through our days. Because sometimes things can be a bit heavy, and there is sometimes anxiety, but all of you four have been really, really good news. And so I just wanted to convey that. And now, I know we can talk about maple syrup, and yes, you guys, you're invited to come here. Bien entendu, on va vous amener à la cabane à sucre avec plaisir. Avec plaisir. Mais j'aimerais savoir, what, now that you're a bit, you've gone the furthest away from Earth and therefore from humankind, I have a deep question. Do you have a new perspective on humankind as you're coming back, or not? Does that change your point of view on things, or not? Just,
Oh,
I think
humanity
many of
reflection
us ask each
when you're
other.
in space. Okay, that's actually a very interesting question. That one is for the deep
Donc voilà,
reflection
c'est ma
type
question. Après
in
toi,
the
Jeremy.
mind.
Merci encore.
I think it's an excellent question, and the answer for me. Messy. I think it's an excellent question, and for me personally, it hasn't changed my perspective at all. I've seen some amazing things. The viewpoints and the perspective. I've seen new perspectives, but my perspective on humanity and our place on planet Earth has not changed, because I launched with the perspective that I think there is enough for all. The purpose of humanity is joy and lifting one another up, creating together versus
Actually,
destroying.
that's a
And that's how I launched. And I launched with the expectations. We often say in this crew, we don't want to set
okay.
expectations.
That's great.
But I launched with the expectation that I would see the proof of it with my own eyes, and I definitely have.
Okay,
And
that's
I think
not
that's really
necessarily bad
reassuring. And
bad
I'm
kind of
glad,
thinking.
we're all glad.
Actually,
We've been
it's
just
good.
receiving some
It's
touching
still a
messages up
positive,
here. Yours was very
regardless.
heartfelt. We felt it up here.
And we're glad that we can remind people that we can do better as a human race by lifting one another up and collaborating. Alors, merci pour la question. C'est vraiment important pour nous à
All
penser
right.
des choses comme ça.
Mm. Okay.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Josh. Thank
Very
you.
nice to see
Nice,
you.
Thank
nice.
you. Thank you. Thank you. And I think there's lots of young people that want to ask questions.
We should do that. We should go right to questions. So, moving right along, Jeremy, Artemis, don't go anywhere. We'll start with a question from the
All
group.
right. So, in case you want to know, if you accidentally heard something in the background, uh, some kind of vulgar word and whatnot, that's not intentional on my part. Unfortunately, that's what you have to deal with roommates. So, please bear in mind. We still keep this channel as family friendly as possible, but with roommates sometimes it's not possible. So yeah, please take this in mind. This is any vulgar word is not coming from mine unless unless explicitly stated, but even then that would likely be but even then that's not intentional on my part anyways. So thank you. And
perspective hasn't
and
expressly changed.
and I guess it's a bit
But I do think
funnier.
it's important
It's
to
coming at unexpected
reinforce
time.
that
Okay, and let's see
what
again.
I have seen up here has reinforced
Nice.
my perspective. We live on this extraordinary planet Earth, and it is truly out in the void of space. It was really unique to see it from the far side of the moon, to look through the moon and see this three-dimensional moon out in front of you, and like just so oddly, this enormous sphere hanging in space, and we were on the far side of it looking back and seeing planet Earth, and then watching planet Earth disappear. We saw the Earth set behind the moon, and then we waited. We
Earth
lost
set,
contact with
and then
Earth,
later
and
on
then to
Earth
see
rise.
the Earth
Yeah, I mean
rise
it's
again, and to
crazy
be able to
to
talk
experience
to
that
Jenny
kind of
back in
stuff,
mission
you know.
control. That is an amazing perspective, and it's something we already know from science, but to see it with your own eyes, wow, seeing is believing.
Yeah, you see.
Thank you, Jeremy. There's some time for a few more. The next
And
question
even interesting fact is
is
that
from Raya,
it takes Jeremy
Mississauga,
Hansen
Ontario.
17 years since
We
his
want to know,
enlistment
is there anything
as
that
an
you learned from the
Canadian
elders of
astronaut
Suguwa
in
after your
2009
journey to space?
up until now to finally become the true astronauts, not just astronauts in paper only. I mean, it's 17 years. If he can endure 17
Oh, I
years
love
of
that
waiting
question.
for this
Yeah, I've had
one
many
of a
Indigenous
great
elders spend
mission,
time with
how
me on
about
my
us? You
travels
know,
across the country,
sometimes
and
you need that
I've always enjoyed it.
perseverance and
If I can give you
persistence
one piece of
in order
advice,
to
sit
keep
with your
moving forward.
elders and ask
So, you know,
questions, but listen intently. Every time I've stopped to listen,
we
I
play
learn these amazing
the long
things.
haul. If in you,
You've
in
probably
other
seen
words,
my
if
mission
you
patch. I have it with me
for your
here.
spirit
I
as
flew
a
with it on my knee board,
human,
actually.
you know,
Let me
that's
make sure I
not
got it
giving up
upside
way
right.
too easily. Easily, yeah.
You've probably
Oh,
seen this. This encompasses a few of the things that I learned from the
oh,
elders. But when I left the Vision
nice.
Quest, I had a better understanding of it. And these animals in our patch, in this patch that was created by Anishinaabe artist
All right. Let's
Henry
see here.
Guimont from the Turtle Lodge, these animals represent some things that I try to think about every day. My mantra when I wake up is I am just going to try to spend my day walking with these attributes. And so I start with courage, humility, respect, love, honesty, wisdom, and truth. And my crewmates here and one of the instructors
Oh,
that
great
we
symbolism
went
of the
on
animal. Yeah.
a backpacking expedition with taught us something about being in integrity. It's actually one of the reasons we named our spacecraft Integrity, is because as humans, you are not always in integrity. Sometimes you are in your integrity and sometimes you fall short, but you should strive
Oh,
to be in integrity. And so for me, being in
okay.
integrity is walking in accordance with
Yeah,
these
so you can see
7
one of
sacred
the
laws.
reasons
And it's
why
just something
the
that helps me
Artemis II
guide me
crew
through
actually
life.
name it
Over to
as
you.
integrity. Oh, name
Thank you,
their
Jeremy.
spacecraft
Our next
integrity. So
question
that's why.
is here in the room. Oh, it's not. It's online. Our next question is from David Leader, Middle School, also from Mississauga, Ontario.
Our question to Jeremy is, with AI, robots, and climate change becoming big issues on Earth, how do you think missions like Artemis will change the way humans live on Earth in the next 20 to 30 years?
Okay, I think good question. Okay.
About comms being hard with spacecraft. Who's there? Is it it?
Okay. Okay, I believe that could be
Jeremy,
a
if you hear this, I'm going to repeat the question. It was, with AI, robots, and climate change becoming big issues on Earth, how do you think missions like yours will change the way we live here in the next 20 or 30 years?
Hopefully you can still hear me, but humans are always pushing the boundaries, always inventing.
If you hear this, I'm going to repeat the question. It was, with AI, robots.
Oh, we have a little bit of technical difficulty.
Yes, I heard the question the first time.
All
Maybe
right.
my comm's not getting down. It's
Okay.
interesting to think about. Hopefully you're hearing this. Just interrupt me if you're not.
Okay.
We
Nice.
keep
That's
pushing the
good.
boundaries of
We are
innovation, and
we are
there's new
back in again.
technology, and that's great. We can leverage it for our advantages. We can also use it to do harm, and so we just have to strive to keep pushing innovation in ways that helps us collectively live better together. How do missions like Artemis help us? Well, one of the things I love about space exploration is we set really big goals, hard goals, like sending 4 humans out around the moon, and we have more
Yeah,
goals. We're not
I
stopping
can say
here. If
that's
you think
also
this is
part of
neat,
the
it's going to get
appeal
really exciting in the
why
next number of years.
why
We plan to
I'm
get back
now
to the surface of the
basically
moon. We plan
very
to create a
uh
permanent
very
base
much
there
steer my
on the
channel to
moon and eventually
space
get to
flight because
Mars. But what is awesome about
I
when we
personally
set these
go
big
go
goals is
very
it puts a
how do I say
focus
very
point
hard
on
with this
actually getting
space
it
flight
done.
stuff.
When it's
There
easy to
is
dream about
sort of
things and
like
create innovations, but when you actually are going to bet your life on something and go out and do it, it really helps bring that innovation cycle all the way around, from original thought to scientific understanding to actually development and testing to actually doing. And doing is important.
yeah.
And
So
we at
Jeremy
the
Hansen
Artemis
really
program
described
are
why I'm
doing,
saying that
as an international
you can
collaboration, are
say it's
flexing
the
one of the
next
most important muscles
frontier
we
after all.
have, which is learning how to work better together. Over to you,
Yeah,
Josh.
so that's what part of the
Thank you,
appeal
Jeremy.
why
That
I'm
was well
going with
received down here.
space flight these
We're hearing
days,
that is about
and
the
why
time
I
that we
sort
have.
of
And so a
have
heartfelt welcome and thank you to Jeremy,
have to
Christina,
mostly
Victor, and Reid,
move
the Artemis
move
II crew. Bon voyage. We wish you a
have
safe
to
journey home. We hope
have
to
to
see you
move
all again
from
very soon.
move
Thank you,
along.
everyone.
Integrity. This is Houston ACR. Thank you. That concludes our event.
Merci tout le monde. Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Thank you, Josh. The crew says thank you.
Integrity.
Yeah, and just like I would like to say, that's also one of the reason why I sort of mo moving from already move sort of like almost mostly moving from uh from the consumer technology part. Nowadays, I just think very much on this part instead, you know, because there's sort of exploration needs to be done. I mean, like even the ocean beneath us, we still not 100%. We still have many to learn about that part. Even the geological stuff alone, we still have to learn about it. Even the flora, the fauna, the animals, the plants. We still have a lot to learn about this stuff as well here back on Earth. And in similar sense of way, we also still have to explore about space. Okay, about the space in general. And
we're live in Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas at Johnson Space Center. You just watched Jeremy Hansen speaking with members of the Canadian Space Agency and Prime Minister, as well as Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick.
Houston Integrity for onboard camera.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Just curious if you guys want to stay on board. I know we've got the other PAO event later. Maybe we could just stay on the D5. I don't know if that TS rate of 1300 is too much. I'm not sure if we can lower it, but either way, we're happy to have you on board with this camera, ideally, or we can switch over to the HHP.
all right, so they're going to have another press affair here. All right, interesting. Let me check on timeline, I guess. Okay, so is it okay? Yeah, it's okay. So if I'm looking
Jeremy,
from,
we'll stay with you on the D5 for another 14 minutes, then we have a day rate change and we'll have to drop it.
yeah, they're going to have another press conference, but this will be the crew news conference, the PAO, another PAO event after the Canadian Space Agency. It's going to happen at Michelle Labs time, MET, T plus 7 days, 3 hours and 10 minutes from now. I mean from the mission, but converting to today's time, it will be less than 1 hour and 58 minutes before the crew news conference. All right, very interesting. And I'm still going to go live up until the end of the manual piloting detailed flight test objective, which will be near afternoon here, which by that point crew pre-sleep will almost going to begin, and that's going to be the point where I'm going to end the stream afterward, because, well, why not? I still have lots of things need to do in behind the scene, but, well, I still take the time to stream as much as possible. Okay, and I have already opened the music. Hopefully you guys or everyone here will not mind too much going forward. And what you're looking right now is from the NASA's Arrow. Okay, Arrow actually stands for Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. So you're looking at that point. Okay, and this Arrow this Arrow stuff. Okay, actually, it's combining the animation and also at the same time also combining with the real-time telemetry and data, so it can be converted into one, how do I even say, one legible view that you can see, that can be translated tangibly on the mission. So that's how it looks like. And yeah, that's it. And don't worry, even NASA themselves, they don't have any time to make this Hollywood show, contrary to what flat earther wants you to believe. That's not it. Because otherwise nothing makes sense if NASA decided to just go and lie right away. I mean even if they sort of want to go lie about space exploration, man, that's everyone else would have already been involved in this one. I think even SpaceX would have been involved in so-called scam exploration, if it's even true. But, well, how do you even prove that? Because that's hard for you. Okay. And I'm sorry to say, I'm very, very sorry to say, there's nut jobs out there literally believe that the Earth is still the Earth is flat. There's no rockets, no even satellites, whatever. Humans never sent to Earth, whatever. But again, if you really properly follow, even if you have just a basic how do I say, basic knowledge about it, you have you even have the room temperature IQ, you really know it's not true. It's not true that space exploration is a scam. It's not true. If it's true, I don't think we could even see what's happening in the real time, and I don't even think you can we will have any tangible innovation in real life if that's even true. Okay. And yeah, I don't know what to say more, but it is what it is. And so far they are still in the planning phase. Okay, but it's okay. In the meantime, I think it would have been appropriate for me to just go have my breakfast. But don't worry, I'm not tuning out from this stream. I'm still here. So don't worry. You will see my avatar will frost here and there, but it's because it's out of the camera tracking. So it's fine. Okay? So don't go anywhere. I'll be back again soon. So thank you.
You're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft. That is NASA astronaut Christina Koch. The Orion spacecraft is now 99,427 miles away from the moon, 184,498 miles away from Earth. Obviously, you can keep up with that at any time at nasa.gov/trackartemis. Inside the cabin, the crew members are finishing up their midday meal. And again, a reminder, our news conference with the crew members will happen at 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time tonight.
Integrity Houston for timeline, 2 items.
We're with you.
Right, first, since we are not doing the docking cam bearing objective anymore, you can wait on docking cam install until just before bedtime, so we don't need it early anymore. Next, the flight director conference coming up here in a minute or two is going to be on Open Orion Earth to discuss the valve leak characterization.
And one clarifying question with the docking cam, it sounded like you were just giving us that full length, but if we did want to take it down sooner, that's also okay.
And Christina, sorry, bad words. All we really mean is plug it in sometime before bed. We understand it's already installed.
Yep, and I messed that up too. Yep, we are talking about the power. That's the commodity here, and sounds like we can do whatever. Appreciate it.
Good words.
Integrity Houston, Orion to Earth 1 for conference.
Oh, just when I really want to properly prepare for my breakfast, you can see
We're going to talk through
the solar array wings.
steps that we're going to do in the
Ooh,
prop characterization.
it's moving.
The overall big picture, what
It's
we're trying
moving,
to do is really understand whether we have
and
a
we can
leak
see
on
the
Aux branch 1
view of the.
and if we do exactly what that leak rate is.
Oh,
So the first thing we're going to do is
oh,
get all of our caution warning and our fitter back in the right configuration to be able to do a flush on that aux branch. We're going to do that from the ground, and you guys will be able to see that on the prop ohms plus X display.
oh, oh, that's
And so
interesting.
after we do that, we're going to
They are
be
going.
left into
They are
configuration
going to
with
do
the latch
the
valve open.
leak check
Of course,
just
there's two
to make
solenoid
sure
valves which are not on
Orion
the
is
display,
still
they're still
secured
closed.
and it's not,
And those are the ones that we're going to see if there's leakage
and the
across.
and the
We're checking
pressure
for
will still
leakage
remain inside
from
the
the helium tank into that aux
Orion
tank that's
Integrity
downstream. And
spacecraft.
that's what we're
So,
trying to see.
oh, so in general, to ensure the crew can still breathe in properly. All right, interesting part.
Okay, a couple of criteria that we have for stopping
Okay,
this
but
test.
it's fine. I'm still going to prepare my
If
breakfast
we
anyway.
see
So
the fitter kick
let
off,
me go.
actually detect the leak again, of course it'll close the
And
latch valve,
and don't worry,
and that will terminate this
I'm still
test.
going to tune in
With
via
no
my
action from
phone
either
as
you
well,
guys or
so I'm
us.
still can hear the call out
The
in
other
between
things we're looking
of the
for
mission.
are
So
if we get
please
a
understand. So
pressure
thank you
in
so much,
the aux
everybody.
tank upwards of 274 psia, then we're going to command the latch valve closed. I don't expect that the ground or the crew would need to do this. We do expect the fitter to take action first, but we want to make sure that if for some reason we have a leak that's bigger than we expect, that we close that latch valve before we get to the 274 psi in the tank.
Oh, so apparently also another reason is that because apparently the mission control center detects some kind of leak. Is it? Okay, that's slightly concerning, but I hope it's not big if there's any.
We've got 30 seconds to a data rate change, and then we'll see you on the other side.
We copy all that. Let me just read a little bit back to you. Fitter should be enabled to shut us down. We are going to keep the SMRCS prop.smrcs up. We just like that page a little more for the phase of flight we're in. If you want us to go back to OMC plus X, we can. And the valve in particular we're talking about is the ox helium isolation valve, top stop 3 on that page. That's the only insight we have because we don't have the PCA. That's string 1. And anytime we see it get above 270.
Okay, so I've already increased the volume.
We are in a brief handover with
So,
the crew, and we'll regain that
a bit
communications shortly.
apology,
Flight Director Jeff
but
Reid
I hope it's still
calling up some of
listenable.
the,
Yeah.
instructions and things they want the crew to monitor during tonight's prop pressurization test.
Oh, propellant
Here in
pressurization
Artemis Control,
test.
the Orbit
Apparently,
1 team
oh,
is on
right,
console.
all right, all right.
The Orbit
Interesting.
2 team is
Okay,
filtering in the room and
okay.
giving
So
them
not yet
their
confirm
handover
anything.
procedures.
Okay, and I apologize for that part, but it's okay. It's fine. Oh, right. All right. Maybe meanwhile as well, before the crew news conference, maybe I will also going to take shower, so I have time to tune in with fresh mind as well.
And the fitter has not worked, and ground commanding has not worked, or we're LOS. We will command TAP 3 to close. PSA, and the fitter has not worked, and ground commanding has not worked, or we're LOS. We will command TAP 3 to close.
All right.
Houston Integrity contract.
Okay, we have already have the visual view. Okay, but it's fine. Let's keep listening.
Houston, back with you after the data rate change handover.
We got you, Jeff. Did you hear a response or not?
Let's see, we copied you talking about what we would take action on, the helium isolation valve, tab stop number 3, and closing that. And you gave us a summary that we expect the fitter to actuate first, and if it doesn't, then either the ground or you guys will take action. Ideally, we would command from the ground first, but of course, if we're LOS unexpectedly, then you guys will take action to close that valve to isolate box branch 1.
Yep, that all sounds absolutely perfect. We will leave you all as prime for this, prime for commanding, prime for the test. We'll just monitor as you all go, and then if we're LOS and I try to close oxyhelium isol 1 and the valve for some reason is not commandable, I would just assume my next step would be secure prop for SMRCS.
All right. So, in case you want to know that the lead Capcom that actually for this mission, that one is the Stanley G. Love, but previously commanded the space shuttle on the mission STS-122. Okay, that was launched back in, where is it? Because I need to double check the facts. Okay, that one was launched back on 20 February 2008, and then later on, and then touching down back on 20, and then touch and landing back on 20 February 2008. And yeah, and also if you want to know, Stanley G. Love, one of his interest hobbies, the anime. So if you see behind the console part there, you can see Artemis, the literal Artemis, the white cat from Sailor Moon. So you can understand the reference there. Yeah.
But happy to take any other questions you guys have.
All right. So still still in propellant pressure check here, so it's fine. Maybe it's time for me to time to fully go with my breakfast. I don't want to waste my time, so that's it. I'm still tuning in from my phone, so I can hear it. So if let's say I open my mic and you accidentally hear some of the background, that one is for what I'm listening from my phone. Okay, so please keep it in mind. So thank you so much, everybody. So yeah.
Okay, Stan, I'm just looking ahead at the Eclipse Wall closeout panel activity, which is flexible. I'd like to step into it soon. I'm looking at the fastener you've chosen and the procedure, and that is definitely not the most convenient one. I can do that one if required, but going up that same row of fasteners, 3 fasteners higher, so second from the top, fourth from the, I guess third from the bottom, fourth from the bottom would be easier.
Jeremy, copy, we're checking. Jeremy,
Stan, actually, maybe one go back. As I read further while I'm waiting for you, I see that it is the highest loaded fastener on panel 6. So we don't want to miss the opportunity to demonstrate that we can get the highest loaded fastener out. So I'm fine. It is accessible. It was just not as convenient.
Jeremy, to channel JFK, we picked that fastener not because it was easy, but because it was hard.
Oh, now you're talking to us. Okay. It will be fastener A.
Thanks, Jeremy.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas, and the team here on the ground communicating with the crew some actions they want them to be aware of during tonight's prop demonstration or prop pressurization test. Artemis II is now 183,952 miles away from that planet you see on screen, which is our home, Earth. Scheduled for a splashdown in 1 day, 23 hours, and 59 minutes.
Houston, cabin repress is complete, 14-7, and we'll stay that way for the rest of the mission.
Stan, we definitely appreciate that, and you should probably just carry a note forward for future Artemis missions. If you do a large repress like that, there are certain things, such as CCUs, that collapse pretty significantly during that, no damage, but there are some things we probably would want to vent along the way as we come back in pressure.
Received loud and clear, Reid. We'll take that note.
Commander Reid Weisman calling down to the ground. We did conduct the cabin repressurization today. The cabin pressure was kept at 10.2 PSI for an extended period of time as part of a test aboard the spacecraft, as this is a test flight. The first flight of humans aboard Orion. Everything we learn is helping us prepare for future missions. This is Artemis Mission Control here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams are now handing over. I'm Leah Cheshire Mustachio. This might be my final shift, but if you're new to following NASA, I want to say welcome. There are monumental things to come, and we're so excited you are here for the journey. It's been the honor of a lifetime to help share this mission with you, to help share this incredible crew and the teams that make it all possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you carry this wonder with you. Our 24/7 coverage continues with my friend Anna Schneider, and we'll be live all the way through the astronaut splashdown and recovery in the Pacific Ocean on Friday, April 10th, so don't go anywhere. Thank you.
And here at Houston on 1, we're about a minute out from our hour-long forward link LOS. During that time, there's about an 11-minute return link LOS. Except for those 11 minutes, we'll be watching and listening, but can't call back.
Okay, Stan, anything that we see, we'll call it the blind. Otherwise, have a great little break.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
Okay, everybody, thank you for your patience, and we are back again. And yeah, I've already prepared my breakfast here, and also I've already take a shower. So because you know it's pretty filthy if you don't take a shower in the morning, okay? And I feel fresh again once more time. So thank you so much, everybody. And in case you want to know, um, the how do I even begin this part? Okay, so I have idea here. Okay, so thank you so much, everybody. And if you're watching here right now on live, or even if you're watching on the replay, hello, and welcome, everybody. I'm Daniel Suguwa, and right now you're currently watching the NASA live feed or live stream of the Artemis II crewed mission, where right now the Orion Integrity spacecraft is on the way, going back to Earth after lunar, aka moon, flyby mission, where the Artemis II crew consists of 4 astronauts. In no particular order: Jeremy Hansen, Victor Glover, Reid Weisman, and also Christina Koch, done their flyby mission to the moon, around the moon. So, and where they actually do some kind of imaging with the far side of the moon, and they actually observe interesting part as well with the solar eclipse, which lasted 1 hour when they are almost behind the moon, and also at the same time they also witnessed the Earth set and also Earth rise. If you have already seen one of the famous photo being taken few days, around 2-3 days ago, that's really from them. So yeah, interesting and majestic view from them. They have already taken as much picture as possible, and I can say that it's interesting, even though it's not yet entirely full picture there, because again, all of this picture will be extracted out once Artemis II crew finally splashed down on the around the Pacific Ocean, where the Orion Integrity spacecraft will finally do the splashdown. So keep an eye on that. I will also going to cover for the day 10 as well, around that time, possibly before I'm going for church. So I will also going to cover that part. I mean, it's going to be interesting, even though I cannot go with full stream with that, but for the most part we will do it. But almost at the end of the mission, after the splashdown and whatnot, I'm not going to be able to cover it, but yeah, it's more than sufficient for the enjoyment of all of us. And of course, that's that. And you're right now watching the Artemis real-time orbit website, the arrow stuff here. You can actually visit it yourself. So because here you see is the real-time animation, which actually combines the telemetry and data gathered from the TDRIS, from tracking data and relay satellite systems, and also from the Deep Space Network via its deep space satellites, I believe, from across the globe, in case you want to know. So that's that. And here, not much else we can see here, but it's okay. What they're currently doing with the propellant pressurization leak check. Okay, in case there's any problem, they still can patch it. But if there aren't any of it, well, everything should be good to go. And the current velocity of the let's see, the current velocity of the Orion spacecraft is 3,418.9 a rounded number to 6 kilometers per hour, and the distance of this Orion Integrity spacecraft to Earth is
Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna
oops
Schneider with NASA Communications.
I'm using the
Flight controllers has recently come on console.
yeah, because I'm
Their handover with
using the
One team.
how do I say, because I'm using my phone to actually hear in case anything. Okay, and the distance of the Orion Integrity spacecraft to Earth approximately around 294,511 11.0 rounded number 04 kilometers. Okay, and by now it's already counting lower downward as it's going to finally re-enter back to Earth, and hopefully the crew will be able to be retrieved safely by the US Navy ships, you know,
Can see a live look at the Orion spacecraft
after the mission.
as it
Okay,
continues its return journey back home to Earth with that splashdown targeted for Friday, April
right,
10th.
and that's it. We have already finished, and I'll let them talking while I'm having my breakfast. So yeah, thank you.
Orthostatic intolerance garment test. During this test, the crew members took turns testing and evaluating the orthostatic intolerance garment, which is worn under the Orion Crew Survival System suit, which is that orange suit that the crew wears during dynamic portions of the mission, such as launch and re-entry. The orthostatic intolerance garment helps astronauts maintain blood pressure and circulation during their transition back to Earth's gravity. After extended time in microgravity, some astronauts experience orthostatic intolerance, which is a condition that can make it difficult to stand upright without dizziness or fainting. So this garment applies lower body compression to counteract this effect and support a safe return. After completing that orthostatic intolerance garment testing earlier in the day, the crew then moved into their midday meal. There was also a Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs Downlink event. And now the crew is completing some cognitive assessment questionnaires. And then they will be moving into another public affairs event later in the day around 9:45 p.m. Central Time, 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew was originally planning to do the second portion of a manual piloting developmental flight test objective later in the day. That objective, or that demo, ended up being canceled to allow time for the team here in Mission Control to work on a oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system. So earlier in the mission, the team observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's prop system and isolated a branch of the oxygen pressurization system. And when branch 1 was isolated and the oxygen tank pressure increase halted and those pressures steadied out, but teams have been discussing that configuration since flight day 2 and have now developed a test plan to further understand the oxygen pressures when branch 1 is available for pressure control. So after running that test plan through the simulators today, the team is ready to execute that test this evening. And so that is why that manual piloting developmental flight test objective was moved off the timeline to allow time to execute that test this evening.
Oh, so that's the reason why there is the propellant pressurization leak check there, because
Currently on your screen, you can see
the mission control actually saw a bit anomaly on the oxygen manifold pressure there. Unfortunately, it's already steadily going down. Okay, but the manual piloting DFTO, the detailed flight test objective, it has to be moved into a little bit of other timelines until they're able to properly solve this problem. And then after they solve this problem, manual piloting will happen at presumably, from my understanding, could be around flight day 9 instead. But that's okay. At least we have a bit more time to actually also witness if they actually do the manual piloting around around a very suitable time, I will also going to cover it as well. You know, just like how I covered it before on the how do I say, the proximity operations checklist as well. I covered it in the first flight day number one and flight day number 1 and 2, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I actually covered it before, and it's pretty exciting as well. so so keep an eye. We might see manual piloting at some point. Not yet 100% known, at at very latest should be around flight day 9 instead, but we shall see that soon. So thank you so much, and for now I will have I'm resuming my breakfast here. It's actually tastes very good, and I have my hot chocolate drink here, also very good, especially because it's morning and still pretty a little bit cold here. Not really like super duper cold, but yeah, at least God gave us some good mercy on this weather because up until mid to late March, it's pretty hot, dry spell here in Sarawak. It's really dry, very hot, that it actually triggers some wildfires, but fortunately were be fortunately were controlled at very good rate. It's not spreading beyond few hundred hectares, but yeah, fortunately it's all good. It's all good. Yeah. And also, if you're and also thank you to the firefighters for doing the job. And I don't know if there's local Sarawakian firefighters actually watching this mission. Well, that congratulations and thank you is actually for you. So I hope you can understand it. And I don't know, I'm it's even a miracle if I could find even just one firefighter is really interested in space stuff. I don't know, you can become a space firefighter at some point. I don't know. That's an idea. And what do we say? And that's a game theory. Okay. But that's it. Enough with that joking. Okay. And let me resume my breakfast. So thank you very much, and just enjoy the music that I still keep it playing here. So thank you.
Houston Integrity call in the blind from a Peltor, and just doing a test for the Peltor noise reduction flexible activity. These actually work really well. We have three crew members on Peltors, one in the toilet, and we're using the Bluetooth feature to talk between them, and they sound really good. Noise canceling, makes them very quiet, and then talking to each other with push to talk on the headsets.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You just heard NASA astronaut Victor Glover call down from the Orion spacecraft. You can see a live view of that Orion spacecraft. He noted that he was making a call in the blind, which means that he knows that the team here cannot respond to that call because we are currently in a forward link loss of signal. And that call he made was regarding some noise reduction activity that they are currently doing, and it was a taskless item, as in not necessarily scheduled on their timeline, but some extra activities if they had time to get to that they could perform for teams here on the ground. So again, they were working on a noise reduction assessment activity, and he was making that call in the blind because we are in that forward link loss of signal, and we do expect to regain that forward link and reacquire signal in a little less than 30 minutes.
Okay, so maybe I can also try go here and see if we can go into the real-time um, playback speed here. So I mean, I'm going to intentionally increase this to 2x. Let me see if we can go as close to the live feed itself as much as possible. So let's go. See how far we can. Oh yeah, nice, nice. And now, all right. So this is as close as we can get with the live feed. Awesome. And now we are looking at the majestic view of our, I believe, of our planet of Earth. Yeah, and this one, this one is captured on one of the solar array wings that were installed on the Orion Integrity spacecraft. Yeah, this is very important because otherwise, how the crew will be able to use the power here and there inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft. So that's that, and looks awesome, nice. And let's look at this one. And so far, there's not much else we know about the update so far because the crew, they are currently doing this kind of propellant pressurization leak check as well on the oxygen manifold level. Yeah, fortunately it's already going steadily down since the abnormal steady spike of the pressure inside it. So this is what they are currently doing, and they will be going for the press affairs crew news conference around 46 minutes from now, less than 46 minutes. So we're going to see that soon, and please be a little bit patient. We are still waiting, and I don't think we have much else to say here. So that's that, and I'll keep my microphones off for now. Just need sometimes to take a break. Okay, I mean, not really take a real break. It's more like just staring on the screen, and that's it. While I'm still listening for any possible interesting call out from the either from the mission control center or from the Orion Integrity spacecraft. So that's that. And that's it. Let's still listening if there's any interesting call out. Yeah, guys, in case you want to know why I'm looking pretty smiley here, I'm actually reading about the Artemis plushies here and there, and also I forgot to mention that, the former astronaut Stanley G. Love, who actually also lead the Capcom, the capsule communicator. Actually, he also still wear this Sailor Moon lanyard. So yeah, that's very interesting. And another okay, and also another one that I think I can show you guys. Yeah, even though this is a post from Facebook. Okay, I I think I can show you the page, isn't it? It's okay. Okay, so this is it. How? Yeah. So this is it. You can see from this Facebook page first. From the Sailor Moon Unlimited. Yeah. I mean, you can see lanyard, Sailor Moon lanyard, and also Artemis plushie, and and here's also one of my um sorry. Uh, Here also is one of my favorite part here. You can see, and the red stripe on the logo is meant to indicate future plans for Mars. So Sailor Mars and also Artemis. Oh, that's fitting. Actually, that's fitting. I mean, seriously, that's actually fitting. I say, if you're a fan of this, I can say awesome, good good vibes here. And of course another one that I did not notice that much while they're sleeping. Yeah, because they're sleeping and I'm also sleeping. But here you want to see another interesting post here. It says here, NASA put a sleep mask on Artemis plushie while the astronauts on board Artemis II were asleep. So you can see cute view there. I like it.
Again, we are currently in a forward link loss of signal, or LOS, which means that the crew can call down to Mission Control, but the teams here in Mission Control cannot call up to the crew during this time. We do expect to regain that forward link in about 18 minutes from now. Currently on board the Orion spacecraft, the crew is awake. They are in the second part of their day. They will be moving into a public affairs event a little bit later today, and then earlier this morning, at the beginning of their day, they spent quite a bit of time working on a orthostatic intolerance garment test as part of a developmental flight test objective. And during this test, all 4 crew members took turns testing and evaluating the orthostatic intolerance garment that is worn under the orange Orion crew survival system suits. These garments help the astronauts maintain blood pressure and circulation during their transit back into Earth's gravity, because after an extended time in microgravity, some astronauts experience orthostatic intolerance, which is a condition that can make it difficult to stand upright without dizziness or fainting. So this garment applies lower
Integrity OE1 in the blind comm check using the Peltor headset on the seat to umbilical MET 7232.
That call there made from NASA astronaut Christina Koch, who is one of the mission specialists as part of the Artemis II mission on board the Orion spacecraft. She noted that she was making that call on OE1, which is Orion to Earth 1. It's the communication link down to Mission Control. And she also noted that she was making that call in the blind, and that is because we are in that forward link loss of signal, so that the teams here in Mission Control can hear them call down but aren't able to provide a response back up. She mentioned a Peltor headset. They are currently working through a noise reduction activity using those headsets.
Integrity Houston for a comm check.
We have you loud and clear. How us?
We have you the same, thanks Christina, and your calls in the blind on the Peltors came down super crispy. They were loud and clear.
Great to know. Thank you.
All right, so looks like we have forward link acquisition of signal already confirmed, where the crew, the Artemis II crew, can finally communicate with the mission control center, where previously mission control center cannot respond, but can hear what the Artemis II crew speaking. But now both communication can be done as well.
Crew and the Capcom here in Mission Control, which you can see a view of Capcom capsule communicator Jenny Gibbons on the left-hand side of your screen, calling up to perform a communications check with the Orion team, Orion crew, following that forward link loss of signal. Now that we've regained or reacquired that signal, so now the team here in Mission Control can communicate directly with the Orion spacecraft and its crew, and they can communicate back down.
Okay, less than 17 minutes before this, it's going to be the public affairs crew news conference. So we also going to hear that soon. So yeah, just be ready, everybody. We will see. And yeah.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft. This view coming to you from one of these solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings attached to the service module, which provide power generation.
And Integrity, Houston's on board with you, and we have you loud and clear. But the PAO event has been delayed by 1 hour so that we can support this prop characterization test.
Okay, so looks like 1 hour delay, which will mean would mean it's going to start in less than 1 hour and 13 minutes instead. All right.
No worries, we'll happily hang out on board with you, and we'll continue our preparation work for that characterization test down here. Thanks.
And you're now seeing a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. Those calls coming down from NASA astronaut Reid Weisman, who's in the forward portion of that view on the left-hand side. You can also see CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, in the center of your screen. And next to him is NASA astronaut Victor Glover, and in the bottom right-hand corner you can see NASA astronaut Christina Koch. They went ahead and started streaming the interior camera in preparations for an upcoming public affairs event. And that event taking place in a little over an hour from now, around 9:45 p.m. Central.
Integrity Houston, we are taking our initial steps for this characterization test. We will let you know in advance of the flush in which we will be opening that ox-helium ISO valve 1, and at that point we would need you in place at the DUs. We'll let you know.
Great, Jenny. We'll be ready.
Oh, another activity there. And yeah, just in case you want to know,
The Capcom, or capsule
Oh.
communicator here, Mission Control, Jenny Gibbons, who was also a backup for the Artemis II mission. She's a Canadian Space Agency astronaut alongside Jeremy Hansen, calling up regarding a propulsion characterization test that is going to be taking place here shortly. Earlier in the mission, the team had observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system and isolated a branch of the oxygen pressurization system. When branch 1 was isolated and the ox tank pressure increase halted and those pressures steadied out, teams have been discussing that configuration since flight day 2 and have since developed a test plan to further understand the ox pressures when branch 1 is available for pressure control. After running the test plan through simulators today, the team is now ready to execute that test this evening, so that is what they are preparing for now. So with the limited time remaining in the mission and a desire to execute this test while the crew is awake so that they can back up commands from Mission Control, the best time to fit in this test was the test into the plan was this evening. So they did have to rearrange some of the crew's timeline. There was originally a docking camera demonstration and a manual piloting demonstration scheduled for this evening. And both of those tests would have altered the spacecraft's attitude and utilized the propulsion system that they're testing. So in order to provide a steady environment for evaluating the test data, the mission management team approved canceling both of those demos taking place this evening.
Okay, so looks like we already hear that even this is mentioned around an hour ago. Plus, if I remember correctly, the manual piloting DFT or the detailed flight test objective apparently already cancelled, so it's not going to take place in any ways fashion as possible. But I think maybe the reason why they can actually just decided to just go and cancel the manual piloting.
Integrity Houston, I thought we just caught an ActiWatch sync. If I had my own, I'd sync it with you.
Yeah, I think the reason why they can afford to cancel the mission.
Glad that's still alive. Good job, guys.
Okay, I think the reason why they can cancel the manual piloting portion is that because previously, do you remember before where there is like the proximity operations that were done on the flight day number 1 and 2, if I remember correctly? I did this too. Do you remember about that part? That part I can sort of consider it as manual piloting in some ways and others, and I think maybe that's the reason why mission
Houston Integrity for a PAO message that I recorded earlier.
Go ahead.
Okay, and I think that's why they able to cancel it, because the similarities of the with the proximity operation. So that's why they decided to just cancel it anyways. And let's listen in.
To record a PAO message this morning. Let me see if I can figure out which one that is. It was my MET 2145 PAO recording. If it is, does that need to be downlinked, or does that just need to live on my iPhone?
We'll get it after the mission, Reid.
Okay, so this is something
Interesting nuance on the iPhones that maybe someone down there can think about. This is definitely the least urgent question you're going to get this entire mission is when we plug them into PCDs to like pull a photo or a video over, we don't have any rhyme or reason yet, but sometimes it takes like 12 or 18 hours maybe for the picture or the video we just took to actually show up. All the other stuff shows up, but new stuff does not show up on that PCD for a long time. It's almost like it's using a cache or something, and it's just not going in and looking on the phone for new pictures. This is a very weird phenomenon. If anybody has an aha moment down there, we'd love to hear it.
Oh yeah, so this is an IT aerospace troubleshooting.
Alright, we'll take some time to think about that one, but as you say, low priority. Thank you.
All right, that's pretty interesting. As a computer science student, I can say I relate to this kind of how do I say, to this question of the troubleshooting and whatnot.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're now seeing a view inside.
Integrity for Oxone.
Go ahead.
And sorry, I'm not sure if you just said you're busy or not as busy right now. We're trying to start thinking about entry prep, and we want to know, are we going to change out Oxone one more time in the toilet or not?
Yep, Reid, good question. We will want fresh Oxone tomorrow, so you will do that Oxone change out or tomorrow.
As you can see, the crew, they are currently, if you see on the Victor Glover, okay, Victor Glover at the back, I believe he's actually drinking water inside it. Okay, he's drinking the water out from it, and of course, if you also notice, there is like slight delay, maybe 0.5 or 1 seconds of delay between spoken words and also the video portion of view, because you need to remember when you're practically almost to the moon and what's on, you have to take account of the delay, of the telemetry delay as well, and due to how the speeds of light are moving, which, if I remember, from distance from Earth to Moon, it has delay of 1 second, and then you also have to take account of all of this protocol. For example, like protocol with the video yeah, with the video, with the sound as well, how it's actually processed and bandwidth and whatnot. So that's why on top of that, if you add another layer of it, it's going to be delay probably around 3 to 4 seconds, like that. So understandable.
We can absolutely take whatever you want to call down with respect to stowage.
One quick one. We have an oxone inlet filter serial number 1031 that we are going to stow in CTB Bravo 3 small, just to get it out of the way.
Copy, Reid. Which CTB in Bravo 3 small? We believe there are 2. We copy, thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You can see a live view of the crew.
Rate change in 30 seconds.
You can see a live view of the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they continue their return journey. They were recently calling down some stowage locations where different items are being stowed and held in preparation for the re-entry and return on Friday, April 10th. The IVA, or Intravehicular Activity Position here in Mission Control Houston, is the console responsible for supporting the astronauts and their activities inside the Orion spacecraft. They also monitor the crew's well-being and provide suit support, hygiene, and internal crew support tasks throughout the mission. You also heard a call up that there was going to be a data rate change, and during that data rate change, there is often choppy communication, and we'll typically lose those views momentarily before we regain them. From this view on your screen, you can see the full Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston, and this flight control room is just down the hallway from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Some of the positions that you see there on your screen include ground control in the far upper left corner, far bottom left corner. The ground controller manages the team that maintains and operates ground and network facilities, including voice systems, building systems, redundant power systems, and more. A couple rows behind the ground control console in the middle left portion of your screen is MPO, which stands for the Mechanical and Power Officer, and they are responsible for electrical power generation, solar arrays, array rotation mechanisms, and power distribution systems. They also manage the crew hatch, docking mechanisms, vehicle pyrotechnic devices, parachutes, and water uprighting systems.
And then next to the MPO console is FAO, which is the Flight Activities Officer. They are responsible for integrating and managing onboard activities. They're also responsible for managing the transfer of procedures, email, and other information between the crew and the ground. Behind the MPO console in the back left is ECOM, which is the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager, and they're responsible for internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems. And they also manage emergency response. Those are just a handful of the positions that are here in the flight control room, and all of these teams also have a back room supporting them throughout the mission. This is Artemis Mission Control. Following that brief data rate change, we now have those live views back of the crew inside the Orion spacecraft. Again, they're working through some stowage activities to start preparing for re-entry prep. They will do a lot of their re-entry preparations tomorrow when they will be reconfiguring the cabin to prepare for splashdown, and they will also be studying their entry procedures. In addition to stowing some of their equipment, they will also be installing their seats to ensure all items are secured for re-entry.
Okay, so they are currently, just what you hear is that they are currently the Artemis II crew here. Apology. Okay, let me say again, as you already heard from the NASA communicators, from the NASA communicator. Yes, she said that they are currently, the Artemis II crew are currently ready for the preparation for the re-entry back to Earth on flight that day number 10. So this is like 2 days, less than 2 days before, or aka less than 48 hours before re-entry back to Earth. So that's what they're doing. They're currently stowing, aka they are currently just put inside some of the items that are needed, no longer needed, or what's on. And also they are going to reconfigure the Orion Integrity spacecraft measure inside it, in preparation for the re-entry back to Earth as well. That's what we are hearing. So they are putting lots of stuff inside that plastic bag. That's basically what the NASA communicator meant when she said they are stowing some items. So this is the items they are currently putting some of it inside the how do I say, the plastic bag, but not that kind of plastic bag, usual plastic bag. It's like, how do I say, like a resealable plastic bag. So that's what they're currently doing right now. Yeah, and this is it. Okay, and looks like they are currently doing stuff here and there. Okay, hopefully it's not entirely obstructing any kind of view. All right, but so far they are doing their best. All right, so this is what you can see right now.
Integrity Houston for contingency urine stowage bag dump.
All right. So this is what we hear so far. Another one here.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Hey, Reid, wanted to let you know that message 3.8.6 is on board with a procedure to dump urine from the contingency urine stowage bag. We verified that you can complete this anytime today, and the heaters are configured for the dump. That's step 1.1 is complete.
Hey Jenny, thanks for the call. I haven't reported that there's more urine in there. I think we're at about probably 1,200 mils at this point. Will that volume affect the call you just made?
No issues, Christina. We appreciate you letting us know, but you are go to dump that amount.
Okay, thanks. And understand I'll be able to, if it's desired to land with that bag empty, I will be able to dump on entry day as well.
Affirm.
Awesome. And this reminds me, will we be dumping the water that we got in the other CWC?
Nope, Christina, we won't be dumping that. We don't want to risk any freezing. We'll be landing with that water in the bag.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Hey, Jenny, quick question. Any chance that Mike and I can do the flywheel closeout 28.3.112 now as a little bit of a get ahead?
Absolutely, your go.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Some additional communication there between both NASA astronaut Christina Koch as well as NASA astronaut Reid Weisman talking to the ground about a handful of activities, one of those related to a wastewater dump. They also referenced the acronym CWC, which referred to some contingency water containers. They were confirming that those would not be dumped ahead of re-entry and splashdown on Friday, April 10th. And then they were also discussing the flywheel exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft and beginning to take that apart and stow it. The flywheel uses a cable-based system that supports both aerobic workouts like rowing and resistive movements such as squats and deadlifts.
Okay, so that's what we hear so far. So, from my understanding, what I can understand is that they are currently dumping the wastewater, but for the contingency water container, they it does not need to be dumped out. Okay, so that's what we hear, and also they're currently stowing in the they're currently folding around and store the flywheel exercise machine. Not really exercise machine, it's like a cable systems like that to do some kind of aerobic and resistive exercise. Yeah, because when you're in space, especially we are talking about the 0G, and if you're orbiting around the Earth, it's going to be micro G. Okay, only microgravity where your body mass, your muscle, it's going to have a little bit of problem, and it's going to cause something lots of things related with the medical problem if our body is not keeping up with the current condition, especially if you're in space. The how our body works is a little bit weird, I can say. But for one thing's for sure, one of the effects that are well known is that your, if I remember, the kidney part, it's it has to it has to work more than if you are back in Earth. So that's that, and that's why it's very very important to do some exercise in space. Yeah, like that. And other than that, that's the only information we hear so far. Okay, and this is the view inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft, where the Artemis II astronauts here, in no particular order: Victor Glover, Reid Weisman, Jeremy Hansen, and Christina Koch. They are currently preparing. They are currently doing the re-entry preparation. Okay, so they will be able to come back safely on back to Earth with not much else to do afterward. Yeah. So, and we still looking by. So yeah, look at this one.
feel it too, but we'll be happy to have you back.
And yeah, as you can see, they are currently still packing up. Oh. Oh, okay. So looks like we have another signal delay from when if I
This is Artemis Mission Control in
from
Houston,
when the
Texas. We're
Reid
currently at
Weisman,
ignition
if I
levels time
remember,
of 7 days,
reading
3
this,
hours and 33
I mean
minutes
speaking
into the Artemis II mission.
to the relaying the
You
mission.
can currently see a live look inside the Orion spacecraft's cabin. That spacecraft named Integrity by its crew. Currently on screen you can see NASA astronaut Reid Weisman as well as NASA astronaut Victor Glover, and just floating off screen was NASA astronaut Christina Koch. They are working through some stowage activities in preparation for re-entry. That re-entry and splashdown expected to take place on Friday, April 10th. Specifically, they are working to do flywheel closeout, and the flywheel is the exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft.
Go.
Jenny, I have two 12x12 Ziplocs of uneaten food. I'm wondering if I can stow them under the headrest in that locker we were talking about, Bravo 1. No, sorry, Bravo 2.
Jeremy, we actually prefer that be temp stowed for now. We will have the full repack plan for you tomorrow morning during cabin config, and we'll have a place for that.
Okay, both temp stowed.
Thanks.
And Jenny, is it okay if we put flywheel tools into bag 10, or do you need flywheel tools back into bag 16?
Checking.
Oh, you can see the signal delays. Oh, from the video to the mission control center. Yeah, it's a quite considerable amount of delay, but that's pretty normal usually, so it's fine. And as you can hear, the audio loop are actually almost synced to the real time, while the video it suffers a little bit of delay, but it's okay.
We prefer them stowed in bag 16 because we'll be using them again for the docking camera bracket ops.
Okay, into 16 they go, and with that, I'm happy to report that 28.3.112 is complete. And if you can let Victor know in Building 5, his favorite green card did not manifest on this flight. We did not lose the shaft lock pins. And Christina has one thing for you.
Yeah, as you can see, a very considerable delay. That's because you need to know that
Thank you.
that videos usually when it tries to send a signal, obviously it's going to be more bandwidth intensive in comparison to the audio loop. So audio loop obviously has little delay as much as possible. That's very critical very critical part of the mission. While on the video, it does not necessarily can be very critical for this mission. Okay.
Have the right information to get that packing plan good.
Alright, as you can see, they are still stowing in, aka known as the packing around, stuff that they don't need in preparation for the Orion re-entry back to Earth. That one will happen on the flight day 10, and also I'm going to stream that part as well, even though in my place it's Saturday. Yeah, it should be Saturday morning. It should be the time to go to church, but I still can take a little bit of time before before that. I mean, fortunately, it aligns a bit of time before I finally can go to church and prepare for this stuff. And yeah, um, so it's good.
At 5:45 today on your timeline, you have a consumables check, which the intent of that was to report on those items. We can take it earlier if you're ready.
Okay, so they will be doing the checks for the food and drinks.
Let me have a look,
All right.
and we'll let you know if we have anything we can tee up for you now. Otherwise, we'll wait for it as scheduled.
Okay, so you can see Victor Glover literally just spinning around.
Making us giggle. It's really spectacular.
Yeah. I mean, that's funny actually. You can see Victor Glover literally spinning around like that one meme. Yeah, seriously, that's funny. I actually noted it there. Oh man, sometimes you need a little bit of humor, you know.
We are ready for the prop SM aux branch 1 flush and pressurization. We'll have at least one crew member at the DU, and let me know when you're ready for more information.
We're ready.
Awesome.
All right, Christina, some additional information for you. That tank pressure limit of 274 psi will also ring an enabled caution if it's reached, and that caution is SM aux tank P high. That'll be another indication that we'll both be racing to close that aux helium ISO 1 valve.
Okay, isolation tank number 1. They're currently
Any more questions before we get started?
they're currently isolating for the line of the oxygen helium part there. Okay, because I don't know if I already mentioned it or I've already mentioned this, but in case you really want to know, is that there is the steady increase of the oxygen manifold area where on the flight day number 2, number 1, something like that, and afterward, in order to curb the
Copy. We'll put it in.
in order to curb the steady increase of the pressure inside the oxygen manifold area, what they do is that they open up the isolation valve line number 1, and the rest of it they just isolate it, they just close it out, and then that's where the pressure steadily decrease back to the normal, and they are still currently troubleshooting of it as well at the same time. So yeah, you can see. All right, so that's that. Another one here, we can look at this mission. And yeah, you can what you see on the screen is Victor Glover. Yeah, he's currently just adjusting whatever is it and whatnot. And yeah, just few minutes ago, yeah, and if you want to know, just few minutes ago, Victor Glover literally just spinning around. Okay, yeah, just spinning around like that one meme. And it's a bit hilariously funny to see. I mean, at least they have some kind of humor sense, you know, so it's not that bad after all. And let's see again, unless there's something that I can comment on by looking at the visual, and also by hearing the call out. That's the only thing that we know so far. So stick around, we are still here, so don't worry about this one. All right.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We had quite a bit of communication there for a minute from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they're working through some closeout items and restowing some of the cargo on board the Orion spacecraft in preparation for entry. One of the items they referenced was a bob, which is a bulk overwrap bag, and these are how the food items are stored on board the Orion spacecraft and also how they're stored on board the International Space Station. And then the ground also said that they were going to start a prop flow, and this is related to the propulsion characterization test that they are running this evening. So earlier in the mission, the team had observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system, and as a result, they had isolated a branch of the oxygen pressurization system. But teams have been discussing that configuration since flight day 2 and have developed a test plan. So they are executing that test this evening.
Integrity crew, prep has completed the initial flush. We are continuing with steps following the flush. That valve is open and things are looking good so far.
Okay, so awesome. We hear the initial pressure flush from the oxygen manifold once more. Looks pretty good for the initial flush and purge of the pressure. So it should not pose any more problem after this one. But this is just initial step. The first one of the first step, not yet completed.
Which for orbit 2 this evening is Ginny Gibbons, who is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut and was one of the backups for the Artemis II crew. They called up regarding the prop characterization test that's currently ongoing and stated that it's going well so far, and NASA astronaut Christina Koch, currently on board the Orion spacecraft, said they will continue to monitor that test from the DUs, and that refers to the display units on board the Orion spacecraft.
Oh, DUs, display units. And also, in case you want to know, if you heard this kind of terminology, PCD, personal computing devices, this one is actually referring to the specialized computer that basically a NASA approved computer, such as laptop, and also you guess it, tablet is also a computer anyways, that the Artemis II crew here can bring out with for doing the kind of missions and whatnot. But by no means it's a critical mission, so they still technically can live with it without it. But again, you need to remember this is 21st century. So, and there's lots of things that already changed since then. Previously, if you see on the Apollo missions, they have tons of paper checklist work and whatnot, but nowadays we mostly working out of using what? You guess it, using your smartphone, using your tablet, and also using your laptop. Or maybe at some point, maybe they will even going to bring an SBC, you know, the single board computer. Could be something like, I don't know, maybe Raspberry Pi on board the Orion spacecraft at some point in the future. But well, I'm already going too much ahead of myself. But as you know, SBC already being flown before on the International Space Station, but not fully yet into the deep space. So that's going to be pretty interesting how it's going to be moving forward. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll see mini PCs going to go to the deep space at some point as well, because the similarity size of the I can say it's ranging. It could have been as small as the typical SBC to, who knows? It could have been a little bit size of the lunch boxes. Maybe even breakfast boxes. Who knows? Like a food packing size. It can be a very different sizes, but you get some idea how mini PCs looks like, and I'm looking forward to it, you know. And we are looking at the Mission Control Center here in Houston, and what you're looking is the sitting in the capsule communicator. The Capcom is the Jenny Gibbons, one of the Canadian space agencies. That's actually she's working as the backup crew for this Artemis II mission in case Jeremy Hansen, for whatever personal reason, personal health reason, could not attend for the Artemis II missions. But eventually Jeremy Hansen is in this mission, and now Jenny Gibbons is now one of the important people that maybe at some point we will see she will be flown anytime. Could be on the Artemis 3 missions, could be on the Artemis 4. We shall see, with a great amount of patience. So this is it. And yeah, I don't think I should comment too much. I need, other than rather than commenting too much, I will let them speaking, let them doing the call out, and then if there's any notable things that I can comment, I will comment. But if I can't, well, I'll keep my mics off for now. And don't worry, just relax in. I still have the music here, so I hope you enjoy. This music is copyright free, of course, so don't worry about anything here and there. And I don't want to make the stream too boring, so there is background music here.
I'm going to go from NASA astronaut Christina Koch, referencing a PCD. Those are portable computing devices, basically a tablet that the crew uses, and she was also referencing an actigraph device. So as part of the Artemis II mission, the crew is wearing actigraphy devices, which are small watch-like sensors that gather health-related data, and they're also answering periodic questions about conditions on board the Orion spacecraft.
Oh, so that's actigraph. It's sort of like the watches like devices, but specific for the health monitoring. It's sort of similar to how we have the smartwatch, smartwatch, especially the if some of you already know, even Apple have their own smartwatch, and on the Android side, something also similar counterpart would be like the Samsung smartwatch as well. For that also can be used to monitor our biological health in an essence, in the whole, in a very, how do I say, like, what do I say, because I need to find a good word for this, in the whole manner. Okay, this is the best word I can come up with. Okay, in basically whatever we need. It could have been how your heart rate going in, do you have enough sleep, and so on and so forth, And I can say that if you let's say here, barring all of that weird how do I say, privacy concerns here and there, let's just say, assuming that you have control with your own, you have 100% control of your own medical and also health data with the smartwatch. It actually can be one of the complementary and also very instant tool. Even though it's complementary, sort of, you can use it sort of as a main driver as well, so you can keep yourself healthy, and in case of any problem, you as long you know the early signs of your own health, looking by the smartwatch, you can probably consult with doctor as well. Yeah, better consult with real doctor, just to confirm your health. If there's any kind of alarm, whatever is it, notification about abnormal stuff within the smartwatch, and also within your within the devices that are also connected to your smartwatch as well. So I can say that's one of the genuinely actually good kind of invention, barring all of that privacy data problem, concern with it. But yeah, as you can see, Reid Weisman literally talking to I believe at this point either could be okay. They're chatting about. They're practically having a little bit weird jokes here. Okay, Reid Weisman are currently talking with, I believe, with Christina Koch actually here. Yeah. Yeah, correct. Reid Weisman literally talking to Christina Koch here. And now, you can see on the activity, right? Reid Weisman actually currently drinking out from the portable water. How do I even say here? I would like to say here something more like to on the straw. Well, let's just call this portable water dispenser then, that you can actually fit around the size of just slightly bigger than your palm of your hand. That's how do I actually give some analogy how it looks like here. Yeah. And also you need to be reminded that that this stream for the whole of this brief update flight, they just put whatever is it from flight day 1 until flight day 10, barring the SLS block 1 rocket launch portion. Just treat most of this as the casual stream. Yeah, I don't intend to go with the too hardcore stream here and there, because yeah, it's already a pretty rough day and scheduling for me to catch up with all of this stuff. So I hope you guys and everyone here can understand. This is not a very super duper too technical stream here. This is just a casual flight update for the Artemis II mission, and also probably moving forward as well with the other missions. Also, I will treat such as similar as this one, casual stream, not to be taken as too technical stream unless it's rocketry stuff, because there's lots of things that I need to learn. I still cannot 100% grasp of it, but it's better than nothing, you know. As the one quote says, the more you learn, the more you actually don't know about something. So it's good, you know. Keep yourself updated with whatever knowledge that you can actually gain out of everything else, and including like this one. Even I'm still learning how they are doing. I mean, we know what some of you might actually know about the how the mission's going for the International Space Station, and even for the past Apollo mission as well. But that's also because we are looking at it more on the retrospective side. But when it's actually happening right on the ground, okay, like you're looking right now live, you cannot even expect what's happening written in the already written and also planned. It doesn't necessarily will happen 100%, but when it happens, well, just keep it up with it. And here we go. Right now, Reid Weisman literally just suspend the portable water dispenser. So here there.
We are now past the most dynamic part of this prop characterization test, and we are in a stable config. So we'll keep monitoring the state of the SM Aux Branch 1 from the ground, with Fitter backing us up, of course. You are released to go about your business. Of course, understanding that if that caution rings, you know what to do. With that, we are just under 13 minutes from the PAO event, and we will take a scene and voice check at any time. Thanks.
Okay, so another one that we can hear is the prop check. The propellant check looks good so far, and as long there is no caution alarm, I believe the master caution alarm as well, as long it's not blaring. Yeah, as long it's not blaring, it should be fine. They can keep just doing whatever they want to do, while the rest of the mission control center just still still monitoring the check as well. So yeah, so at this point, Mission Control Center actually did the most heavy lifting for this mission. So the Artemis II crew, they can mostly just focus on other stuff here and there, and that's it. You can check here, okay? And probably I will also going to wash my hand as well. So and yeah, you can see here Victor Glover literally holding a mic and currently testing the microphone. This one is for the press. This one is for the crew. I believe here you can, from what I can look at this one, it's going to be press conference. Yeah, crew press conference, like that.
And we got a good scene and voice. I think everything's looking and sounding right. Thank
Yeah,
you,
this one is for the crew news conference for the public affairs side. So we are going to see that soon. Okay, and it's going to begin in, I believe, should be begin around around 10 minutes from now. So we also going to see that soon. Okay. And if I remember, the orthostatic intolerance garment assessment, they already conducted it, and it's also looking good as well. So that's why they are able to move in with this mission. And while for the manual piloting DFTO, detailed flight test objective, they cancel it. They cancel it due to the propellant, due to the oxygen manifold propellant concern, which is currently what they are doing right now.
We'd appreciate it. Otherwise, all good.
Okay, so a slight dislodge there, but should be good. Okay, and they're currently still looking and checking for the update. And this one, you can see the tablet there. That is what they refer to as the personal computing devices, if I remember correctly. In this flight. Yeah, it's a pretty fancy term, but it should be good.
Looks good, Victor. Thanks.
Alright, so nice. And you can see Victor Glover literally on his left hand side, he's holding the rice plushies there. That one is actually created, that plushie's design actually created by Lucas Yi, and 8-year-old kid that are actually very interested with this kind of mission as well. So that's pretty cute. And also, as a side note as well, the Artemis plushie from the Sailor Moon is also in the Mission Control Center as well, just behind the capsule communicator. That one hugely believed to be carried by Stanley G. Love, if I remember correctly. It should be Stanley G. Love. That's also part of the lead capsule communicator, lead Capcom for this Artemis II missions. And yes, from the biodata that we know about Stanley G. Love, he's actually also a former astronaut. Okay, back around the STS 122, which were launched on 8 February 2008, and then later on landing back on Earth on 25 February 2008. And yeah, apparently on his biography, one of it mentioned that he's a fan of anime. So it's actually a very, very, very good reference there. If you're enjoying Sailor Moon, by all means, enjoy it, savor it. I'm not 100% deep with the Sailor Moon stuff. I just only know mostly on the surface stuff, but yeah, to each of on its own. And it's good. It's a cultural phenomenon at this point, and considering when you consider about the Sailor Moon, and also anime in general starts coming into North America region around around 1990s. So of course, some of them already been brought up and raised up with the anime stuff, and that's where we see the new generations picking up as well. Even though Stanley G. Love is actually a Generation X, but well, still cool regardless, you know. And I don't know, maybe generation like myself, the Gen Z, Generation Z, and also to some extent millennial also, that's currently on the interest of this mission, might also going to do that, might also going to lead the next frontier, you know. Next frontier with big memes here to be put in on the space mission. Oh, and also you can see Victor Glover literally accidentally just, oh no, he got it stuck. He got it stuck on his socks, you know. That's actually a bit funnier there, you know, with the America 250 placard there, but it should be good. It's okay. You know, some slight funnyism, but nothing else. This is and as a disclaimer, this is not me trying to say anything bad. Nothing. This is just like some weird humorous moment as well here. So please keep that in mind. We just keep it this light-hearted, isn't it? So that's the reason why I do this kind of stream here and there. Okay, so with that disclaimer on the way, let's keep looking at this one. Okay, and the crew, and currently the crew, they have less than 5 minutes before the beginning of the crew news conference. Okay, for the public affairs
We are currently 7
stuff.
days, 4
So yeah,
hours, and 5 minutes into the Artemis II mission. Following a lunar flyby on flight day 6, which was Monday, April 6th, the crew and the Orion spacecraft are now on the return leg of their journey back home to Earth. They are expected to splash down off the coast of California on Friday, April 10th. Currently on your screen, you can see a live look into that Orion cabin. With the crew there on your screen, they are preparing for an upcoming public affairs downlink event. During this downlink event, they will have the opportunity to answer questions from members of the media ahead of their splashdown. Following the completion of this public affairs event, the crew has a handful of additional activities for the day, and then they will move into their private medical conference. Again, this is a daily conference with the medical teams on the ground, and then they will have a private conference with the flight control team.
Check, we're at the lowest fan speed allowable.
Jeremy, good check. We can go 1,000 RPM lower if you want.
okay, so let's bring this to the possible live moment as much as possible. So let's go with the playback speed, speed higher here. So until it actually sync to the live as much as possible. So let's go. Oh, not yet.
Control Houston, which for Orbit 2 is Jenny Gibbons, who is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut. Referencing the cabin fan speed. Again, you can see the crew there on your screen as they're getting prepared for that upcoming public affairs event, which will start at 9:45 p.m. Central, 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. During this event, the crew will have the opportunity to speak with members of the media and answer questions. Following their historic flyby around the moon and ahead of their splashdown, again, that splashdown targeted to take place at 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday, April 10th, off the coast of San Diego, California.
Okay, so let's go in. And don't worry, and that one is just for snacks. Yeah, sorry, a little bit of junkies, but don't worry. Let's go with the playback speed. We go to 2x so we can move forward with the to the live nearest live play coverage as much as possible. So let's go 2x. Okay, let's go. Show indicated 1x by now. Come on, come on. Yay! Yay! So now this is the live part. All right, yay! And yeah, I'm going to wash my hand as well. We are going in, getting ready.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Okay, so here we go. Get ready for the event. For the public affairs event of the Crew News Conference. Let's listen in.
From Integrity, we are ready for the event.
NASA Public Affairs Office, please call Integrity for a voice check.
All right, awesome. Let's listen in. Oh, awesome. Straight up awesome.
Integrity, this is NASA PAO Courtney Beasley. How do you hear me?
Okay, so here we go.
Hey Courtney, we hear you, but you are very low.
Okay, I will try to talk a little bit louder. Reid, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's great to see you today. We have a room filled with media.
All right, nice.
Have you loud and clear.
Wonderful.
Now, wonderful.
Media ready to talk to you today, and we also have them on our phone bridge. We have a limited amount of time, so we're going to go ahead and
Nice.
straight into questions. We'll start here in the room with Marcia Dunn. Go ahead.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for you, Reid. Could you please describe your emotions when Jeremy called down to Mission Control to ask permission to name a lunar crater after your late wife, Carol? It was a pretty emotional, powerful moment down here.
Marcia, it was a powerful moment up here as well. My crewmates approached me when we were at Kennedy in quarantine, and they said, "Hey, the three of them had talked, and they would like to do this." And that was an emotional moment for me. And I just thought that was just a total treasure that they had thought through this and they had offered this. And I said, absolutely, I would love that. I think that's just the best. And I said, but I can't give the speech. I can't give the talk. And Jeremy, the kind of guy he is, he said he would do it. And it was getting emotional there. And I think when Jeremy spelled Carol's name, Carroll, I think for me, that's when I was overwhelmed with emotion. And I looked over and Christina was crying. I put my hand down on Jeremy's hand as he was still talking. It was right there on that rail. And I could just tell he was trembling. And we all pretty much broke down right there. And just for me personally, that was kind of the pinnacle moment of the mission for me. That was, I think, where the four of us were the most forged, the most bonded, and we came out of that really focused on that day ahead. I think that was a very caging moment for the four of us. Thank you for that question, and it was a great moment.
We'll take our next question in the room.
All right.
Thanks. Jody Roulette with Reuters. I'm curious, Reid, and for anyone else who wants to answer it, how has this mission changed you guys personally in your views of the moon? These photos make it look kind of intimidating and beastly, and I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on how you guys have also changed during this mission personally. Thank you.
All right. So let's listen in. Okay, so here we go.
I had an opportunity earlier to answer this question from my own perspective, and we have seen just some extraordinary things that I thought we might see. They looked similar to what I thought they might look like, and other things that I just had never even imagined. And those were different perspectives that we saw these things from, but I have to say, it hasn't changed my perspective or the perspective that I launched with. But the perspective I launched with was that we live on a fragile planet in the vacuum, in the void of space. We know this from science. We're very fortunate to live on planet Earth. And the other perspective that I've sort of learned from others through life is that our purpose on the planet as humans is to find joy, to find the joy in lifting each other up by creating solutions together instead of destroying. And when you see it from out here, it doesn't change it. It just absolutely reaffirms that. It's almost like seeing living proof of it.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take one more question here in the room and then head to our phone bridge. If you are on the phone bridge and have a question, just a reminder to press *1. Jackie, go ahead.
Hi, Integrity. It's so wonderful to speak with you. This is Jackie Waddles with CNN. Obviously, there is a huge moment coming up with re-entry. Can you describe your feelings, how you're preparing for that moment mentally and physically? And then as you prepare for the end of the journey, what are some moments that you know that you'll take with you for the rest of your life from this journey? Thank you.
Right. So yeah, they are giving their gesture. Thank you. And also looks like nice. Okay, so let's see who's going to answer. All right. Here, I believe here we go.
It started off sounding like an easy question for me to answer, then it got really big. But I guess the entry thing, I'll be honest and say I've actually been thinking about entry since April 3rd, 2023, when we got assigned to this mission. And one of the first press conferences we were asked, what are we looking forward to? And I said splashdown, and it's kind of humorous, but it's literal as well, that we have to get back. There's so much data that you've seen already, but all the good stuff is coming back with us. There's so many more pictures, so many more stories. And gosh, I haven't even begun to process what we've been through. We've still got 2 more days. And riding a fireball through the atmosphere is profound as well. So I have to answer that question later. I'm not sure, but I can tell you it's a lot. And lifelong memories. I'm going to be thinking about and talking about all of these things for the rest of my life, for sure.
All right, we'll head over to our phone bridge. Our first question there is from Kelly Malone with Canadian Press. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Kelly Malone with the Canadian Press. There's a lot of excitement about scientific advancements as a result of the mission. You just spoke about the data, and I know you've spoken about training on robotics in Montreal. What are the takeaways from the mission so far that might be applied to robotics or other international tech efforts in the future? And just a quick personal note for Jeremy. I'm told you got a surprise message from your family. Can you share what it was like to hear from them?
Alright, so this question is specifically for Jeremy Hansen, Canadian Space Agency astronaut. So yeah, let's listen in.
Well, when I think about the Artemis program in general, we've already seen some investments in pushing robotic technology forward for deep space that we're going to see put to good use in one way or another. And this is the beauty of this program. It brings an international collaboration, sets big goals, and doesn't just talk about them, but goes after them and gets it done. We're going to need the advances in robotics. It's really hard out here. We're a long way from home. We've been learning the entire journey. We've been watching mission control learn. You do a lot of testing on the ground, but your final test is when you get this hardware to space, and it's a doozy. And our team has just performed. They've just knocked it out of the park. But it doesn't mean it might look easy from the outside. We can tell they are working so hard on the ground to do this, and we really appreciate them. And so when we get these next generation robotics on the surface of the moon and out in deep space, there's going to be some challenges. There's going to be some failures along the way, and there's going to be some learning that happens. On the personal note, yes, I had some videos from all of my family, my 3 children, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin, and my wife, Catherine. And when you're out in deep space by the moon and you are listening to a video they recorded for you before you launch, that's something.
Okay, our next question is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, good evening. For anybody who'd like to answer, how do you think the flight has contributed to the broader Artemis program? Of course, it's not over yet, but what do you think the crew has already brought to the table for the next couple of missions? Thank you.
Okay, so let's look in. Who's going to be handed the mic over? This floating mic. Who's going to be that?
Well, I love this question because part of our ethos as a crew and our values from the very beginning were that this is a relay race. In fact, we have batons that we bought to symbolize physically that. We plan to hand them to the next crew, and every single thing that we do is with them in mind. Oftentimes, it's actually easier in human spaceflight, especially on a first mission, to accept some of the things that aren't working quite right or the operational workarounds. And we have actually been diligent to try to fix everything, and we're always thinking from the perspective as what is the next crew going to think about this? How will this help them to succeed? So manual piloting the vehicle, making sure that the procedures and the processes for making everything work are all as they should be. Then there's the human side of it. How are our provisions? How are our food? How is the human system working in here? Taking the time to do all of the developmental flight test objectives that have been scheduled. So both in the vehicle and all in the last 3 years, we've really just worked to make sure that they are set up for success. And that's all of the teams, not just the crew, but the flight control teams, the mission engineering rooms, the launch teams, everyone. Hopefully we've done our best to bring folks together and to make sure that we can be the best they can be. Obviously, just testing, putting humans in this vehicle is the easy thing to see, and we hope that we've capitalized on that and made it as much as it can be for our time here.
Our next question is from Alex Wilson with the Weather Channel.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for your time. You're space experts, yet time and time again, we've heard you amazed by things that you've seen on this mission. So what has been the biggest scientific surprise or discovery for you?
Let's see which floating mic will be who's going to be handed over with that floating mic. Oh, okay.
The whole mission, truly the whole mission, but we saw really amazing simulations made by our lunar science team about what the eclipse would look like when the moon was 30, 35 times bigger than the sun. But seeing that,
communications, we should
All
be
right.
regaining them here.
All right. All right. All right. So looks like we have a little bit of out of range of the communications. Unfortunately, need to wait. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Need to wait for this one. Oh no.
Houston, we lost your video and handheld mic audio stream. We are troubleshooting.
Oh no. Looks like we need to troubleshoot this. Oh no. Okay, never mind. We have to wait then.
We see the issue and we're correcting it. We'll probably need about 30 seconds and then we should be streaming again.
Okay, 30 seconds.
Copy. Sounds great. Thank you.
So yeah, nice, nice. Let's wait.
okay, comm check. How about now? Are we back with you?
Okay. So yeah, now we are back again.
Victor's answer did you hear?
Yeah, we have you back, video, and the handheld mic seems to be back up too, and Victor should repeat his answer. Over to PAO.
Oh no, sorry, Victor. But it's okay, understandable.
Okay. The the thing that we saw that really surprised me the most is we trained to view the eclipse from the far side of the moon, or after going beyond the far side of the moon. We saw great simulations made by our lunar science team, but when that actually happened, it just blew us all away. I mean, you heard the reaction real time, but it was the fact that we trained for it, and it almost was a thing that we were, I don't want to say unhappy about, but launching on April 1st meant the far side wasn't as illuminated as we were hoping. And so, that thing seemed to be a consolation, and it was one of the greatest gifts of that part of the mission.
All
Okay,
right.
we'll come back here in the
So
room to Andrea.
nice.
Go ahead.
Hi, Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. I'd like to hear about life inside Orion. Christina, in the fall you said the capsule would feel bigger in microgravity. Does it feel bigger? And at what moments do you find that you're bumping into your crewmates? And what tips will you be given to future crews?
Wow, we have loved living in Orion, and in fact, we've all said that sometimes you can forget where you really are because we're in this small space that just gives us everything we need. But the answer to your question is yes, it is bigger in microgravity, and yes, we are bumping into each other 100% of the time. A phrase that you often hear in the cabin is, "Don't move your foot, I'm just going to reach for something right under it," or can I get there? And my goal is to get over there, and we're constantly moving around, whether it's to complete a task, to just eat, to look out the window, to take a picture. Everything we do in here is a 4-person activity, but it's also really fun.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Will. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. It's good to talk with you all. Victor, I want to go to a comment that you made a couple of hours into the lunar observations. You said, and I quote you here, "The Terminator is calling to me." What was it about the observation of the Terminator specifically that was so captivating for you and the rest of your crew? Thank you.
Oh, what quote is that? Okay, interesting remark. Okay, so let's see.
One being 3,500 miles from it. I mean, it was so big, and now it wasn't an image on a screen, but it was all of the things we had talked about in training, the terrain, how you can see features based on how high they are above the surface and how low things were. And there were holes that, craters that appeared to just be endless bottomless pits, and then peaks that seemed to be, I couldn't tell how high, but you could just really get a sense of the relief down on the surface. And to look down on it from so close or over at it from so close was just, it was hard to describe. When you are in an airplane flying back past, Flagstaff, you're looking out the window trying to, identify meteor crater, or looking out trying to find the Grand Canyon. And this was the same thing. But imagine if you had seen meteor crater or the Grand Canyon for the first time.
Our next question is from the phone bridge from Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Nice, interesting.
Hi, so great to talk to you for. The world has been watching along with your journey with such enthusiasm and joy. Do you have any sense or feedback of how your mission has reached the masses back on Earth? And does that influence you at all when you speak and narrate your journey?
Thank you for this question. We have had, I'm going to answer it a little bit differently than it was asked, but I'll get there in a second. But we have had a chance, the four of us, we've had 2 opportunities each to have very brief video chats with our families. And I will tell you, first of all, the 4 of us are now forged in a friendship that is very unique, and we will cherish this bond that we share for the rest of our lives. And then one of the neatest things being a crewmate on this spacecraft is not being in the family conference, but hearing your crewmates giggling and crying and just gasping and listening and loving their families from afar. Family is so important to all 4 of us, and that has been amazing. And when I got to talk to my daughters, Ellie and Katie, for the first time, I just couldn't even speak. I was just so overjoyed. I was crying. I mean, it is an amazing experience. But what also came from that is really our source of news on planet Earth. And those family members have been our source of how the mission is going from the public perspective. Obviously, they're all biased. Although most of our kids are teenagers, so maybe they're not quite that biased. But they're biased. But what we had really hoped, and we said it a lot before, I mean, we are here to serve NASA, to serve
Okay.
our 2 nations, Canadian Space Agency, NASA, and the international community. And we're here to serve for Artemis III. But what we really hoped in our soul is that we could, for just a moment, have the world pause and remember that this is a beautiful planet in a very special place in our universe, and we should all cherish what we have been gifted. And I think for the folks that decided to tune in, and it sounds like it was quite a few, this has happened, and for that we are eternally grateful.
Our next question is from Noah Haggerty with the Los Angeles Times.
Hey, great to hear from you all. You had 40 minutes of a pretty profound solitude. You were, farther from Earth than any humans before you. No means to communicate with Earth. It was really just the 4 of you, the spacecraft, and the moon. Can you talk us through what that moment felt like?
All right. Let's see. I think it's going to be given the floating mic over. Okay, again.
Well, Courtney's running this press conference, and she knows I always speak the truth, sometimes with a little bit of embellishment. But I will tell you exactly as it went. When we watched that Earth eclipse behind the moon, wow, I'm actually getting chills right now just thinking about, my palms are sweating. But it is amazing to watch your home planet disappear behind the moon. You could see the atmosphere. You could actually see the terrain in the moon projected across the Earth as the Earth was eclipsing behind the moon. It was just an unbelievable sight. And then it was gone. It was out of sight. And we took a moment here. We had a lot of scientific work to do right there. That was probably the most critical lunar observations for our geology team. But the four of us took a moment. We shared maple cookies that Jeremy had brought, and we took about 3 or 4 minutes just as a crew to really reflect on where we were, and then it was right back into the science. And it is a surreal feeling, but we had a lot of work to do too, and I think that kept our focus. And so it's only come like later, and we still haven't even begun to reflect on this mission. We had a little bit of a light work day yesterday, and we were starting to journal and reflect a little bit. And there's a lot that our brains have to process. Human minds should not go through what these just went through, and it is a true gift. And we have a lot that we just need to think about and journal and write, and then we'll get the full feeling of what we just went through.
Take our last
All right,
question here in the
awesome.
room.
It's
Go ahead.
okay. Another last
Hello,
question.
Artemis crew.
Yeah.
This is Rebecca Morell from BBC News. Now you're almost home. What will you miss most about being in space, and what won't you miss at all?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question. I will miss this camaraderie. I will miss being this close with this many people and having a common purpose, a common mission, getting to work on it hard every day across hundreds of thousands of miles with a team on the ground. This sense of teamwork is something that you don't usually get like as an adult. I mean, we are close like brothers and sisters. 100%. And
Yeah.
that is a privilege we will never have again. I have to say, I don't think there's anything I would say I won't miss or that I'm just ready to be over, because this whole thing is a package. We can't explore deeper unless we are doing a few things that are inconvenient, unless we're making a few sacrifices, unless we're taking a few risks, and those things are all worth it.
All right, that's unfortunately all of the time we have for today. Reid, Victor, Christina, and
All
Jeremy,
right, so
you
that's
have
it.
captivated the world through this mission. We're all watching, we're all cheering you on, and we can't wait to welcome you home in a few days. Thanks for joining.
All right. So that's it.
It was great hearing your voice again, Courtney. Take care.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all the participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Okay, so let's see. Because I don't think we have too much else to discover. So probably it's also going to be time for me to also end this stream. Get maybe in few tens of minutes from now. Yeah, as most of the mission objectives sort of already done by now.
For a quick kind of a PAO item, but more of a item for the folks in the control room there.
Go ahead.
Do you have our video still?
We do.
I'm not sure if it made it in the handover, but this morning we were asked to go unpack a very special item, and we just wanted to we wanted to share it in that PO event. We just didn't get an opportunity to do so. So we're going to share with you all because we need to share this. Like this has to be shared, right? So in Victor's
Oh, here we go.
it is the Apollo 18 flag that the agency asked to have put on board Artemis II so that it could take its rightful trip around the moon. And the four of us are just honored to have this here. We're honored that it is in our presence, and we are honored to carry the torch from Apollo through Skylab through the space shuttle, through our beloved International Space Station, and now back further than humans have ever gone, around the far side of the moon, and safely home back to Houston. So we just wanted to share this with you because it needed to be shared. Thanks.
Yeah, in case you want to know, Apollo 18 is the canceled mission of it.
Carrying the torch indeed. Thank you for sharing it with us and the world, and we'll look forward to welcoming you and that flag back to Houston shortly.
All right, all right. Nice.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
We have
Oh,
a quick follow-up question from that PAO event. We would love to know what you did to fix the stream when it briefly went out.
oh, understandable. Okay, let's see. Maybe we can learn how they fix the stream. Maybe troubleshooting like this will also be very useful for all of us. Oh, battery died in D5. Okay.
I also saw another interesting signature on the
Oh,
microphone receiver. There is a red LED that says low battery, but it had 3 full segments. So I'm not sure if there's something else going on. That's not what there's something else going on, but we believe it was a battery dying. We switched the battery, turned the camera back on, went live view, and you got the audio and video back.
okay.
Jenny, that definitely for future Artemis missions, using the D5 on live view is probably not the ideal format. I think we knew that going into this, and we were just making it happen. But it is, these cameras get hot, they're chewing up batteries, and it's probably not the ideal source. It works, of course, great. We're very happy that we have this capability.
Yeah, we're tracking, and we could definitely see that. Thanks for letting us know.
All right, all right. So looks like this is the feedback that they can give for future improvement as well. Feedback and suggestion. Yeah.
Jenny, follow-on question for timeline. I see a Nat Geo card swap on my timeline around now, and I also had one earlier today at 6:20:30. I don't know if I have the one I'm on now or the earlier one, but did we indeed want 2 times to switch the Nat Geo cards today?
We're checking for you, Christina.
Hey, Jenny, one other thing is we've been having issues with our exercise recordings, and the initial thoughts are maybe it's the camera overheating. Again, I thought the battery was good enough to go through a PAO event, so maybe this is another instance of that. We did not turn it back on to see what the battery was. We just changed the battery and restarted it, but that's also a possible reason.
All right, we copy. Good to know.
Oh, okay. Another interesting feedback and also suggestion that he said about this one. What happened when we see on the press affairs event, you see momentarily there is dropout, and it's something to do with the battery problem, apparently.
Go ahead.
Nice.
I am on prop.smrcs. The pressures look great, but I'm getting a weird signature on the helium high pressure crossover pyro, on the ox to fuel safe and the fuel to ox safe valves. Every once in a while, they'll pop up and either say error or armed, and then they go back to safe. Are y'all seeing that telemetry on the ground?
Okay, could be related to glitch issue as well. Not 100% sure. Because for me that rings a bell like there's a glitch issue here while on the oxygen
Reid, thanks for calling that
origin
down.
line,
We are
something like that.
not
Yeah.
seeing that.
That's weird.
So we
That's
will
weird.
think about it a little bit more. I do have some results from that prop characterization test when you're ready.
All right. So I think could be a glitch as well. That's interesting. Interesting remark.
And now Victor's come over to the display these pretty intensely since we were on the launch pad, and he said this is not a new signature, that this has been occurring since since launch day. So basically since post ascent, he has been seeing this similar signature. So he's just going to take a little video of it on his iPhone, and we'll get it to you later. So I'm a little bit less concerned about that now that he's been seeing it for a while. And then go ahead with the test.
Okay, copy. That certainly helps. Regarding the characterization test that we just initiated, we've noticed that on the SM aux branch 1, it has an increasing pressurization of the aux tank at a rate of 0.5 psi per hour. This is really the same behavior that we witnessed around TLI, and at this rate, we will hit the limit we set of 2 psi of pressure raise in 4 hours at 0800 MET right before your sleep. At that point, we will close that ISOL valve again, and that'll be the completion of the test. So we got some really good data that we will take back to the MMT.
All right, another interesting remark there. So they will be doing this.
I am so glad you all decided to go chase it down and get the data that'll help out the future missions and help us correlate our pre-flight testing. So we are happy to be a part of that, and that also.
We really appreciate the willingness to help. Thanks, crew.
All right. All right. So basically, they are going to purge the oxygen manifold line pressure once more again before they go to sleep. Apparently, from my understanding. Okay. So that. So the oxygen tank will not be too over pressurized. So that's that.
Following that public affairs event, the crew also showed a flag from Apollo 18, and this.
We would like you to complete that, understanding it's the second one of the day, and it's to get us ready for tomorrow. Copy, thumbs up.
So again, the crew recently completed a public affairs event, and after that they displayed an Apollo 18 flag, and this is the American flag that would have been planted on the moon during Apollo 18 should that mission have occurred. It was on display in the NASA headquarters building in Washington, D.C. prior to this mission, and then it was flown as a part of this mission, and the crew shared that following that public affairs event. The crew is now continuing to work through the remainder of their tasks for the day before they head into their pre-sleep period in about an hour and a half from now. One of the items that Christina Koch specifically said she is working on is a card swap for a National Geographic activity. NASA had selected National Geographic to help tell the story of Artemis II, and it was...
Houston Integrity, Jenny, any chance I can start the umbilical cabin demo now? I'm happy to wait until timeline.
Reid, yes, you can begin that activity. And Reid, you can give me a thumbs up with this call. In step 2.1 of that procedure, we still will need to give you that MCC go. We need some configuration to complete on our side. Copy, thumbs up.
Again, some communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control. The crew is working through the remainder of their activities for the day. Christina Koch is specifically working on a card swap related to a National Geographic activity. Following a competitive selection process ahead of the mission, NASA and National Geographic entered into a non-reimbursable Space Act agreement to collaborate on compact, lightweight audiovisual hardware to fly inside Orion and related support for this project. And then the call from NASA astronaut Reid Weisman a moment ago was related to an activity on his timeline related to some umbilical cabin ventilation. And this is a demonstration in which the crew will configure seat 2 inside the Orion spacecraft with the supply umbilical open to provide airflow directly into the cabin.
Integrity Houston for cabin fan RPM preference. Hey Jeremy, right now your cabin fan is set to 7,000 RPM. At sleep, we normally set it for 8,000 RPM, but we can leave it where it is or even go down another 2,000 RPM in addition. We'd like to know your preference.
Oh, so let's see. What's their preference? For the cabin fan. Sorry, correction. Cabin fin, not cabin fan. Okay, jokes aside, let's hear it.
Okay, Jenny, we'll just go with what you've been doing nominally for sleep, so you can change it at that time to what you've had last night.
We'll go.
And Houston, just let you know, for the umbilical cabin ventilation task, we are holding in step 2.1 for your go.
Copy. We'll let you know when you can continue. Integrity crew, you are go to continue in the umbilical procedure.
Okay, I think we are good again. Okay, good again. Yeah. So looks like audio loop is good, and I'm sorry for looks like we have unfortunate technical problem on my side. You want to know what's happening? Another video scheduler problem again, once more, and it's haunting me again. So I'm very sorry. We have technical problem. It should not happen. Ah, my goodness. Maybe I should figure out a method how. Okay, but anyways, let's go back again. Okay, let's go back again to the live. All right, so here we go. Okay, so because of that technical problem, I decided maybe it's better for us to end the stream on around probably around less than 20 minutes from now. Yeah, just to compensate the time that we lost out of the sudden technical problem. It's even perplexed me how does it even happen. So it's like it should not happen in some ways and others, but well, here we go again. Video scheduler problem. Oh man, how annoying. Imagine if this is a real stream like this one. Imagine if this is a rocket launchers instead of the Artemis II mission here, where they are still doing around with their job. It's going to be a huge stream disaster for me. So I don't know. Maybe the only best way that I can figure out is that I'll try go and uninstall all of the driver for the AMD and also NVIDIA driver as well, Yeah, AMD is for the iGPU part, and the discrete GPU, obviously, it's NVIDIA. As long as you have buying whatever laptop gaming out there, or even any kinds of laptop, discrete GPU will always be NVIDIA. Yeah, unfortunately, not even AMD wants to bother to compete on that discrete GPU part, except on, and even Intel as well, at this point. Except that both AMD and NVIDIA, they just like to handle the iGPU part instead, the integrated graphics processor unit part. So yeah, so what an unfortunate events again. I need to do this kind of driver reinstall again once more time using the DDU, the driver, the display driver uninstaller. I'm going to use that so I can. So hopefully with the fresh installation, we won't encounter any more of the video scheduler problem. Yeah. So it's regrettable that this thing happens, and I'm very, very sorry. It should not occur on this stuff. But again, how many times I've already lost before because of this video scheduler problem. So yeah, it happens 2 times right now in just a single day. As far as I know, at this moment when I actually ever stream this stuff and whatnot, it never occurs to me one day there's going to be 2 times of the video scheduler problem. It's only 1 time.
Go ahead.
So yeah, I need to troubleshoot this too, just like Artemis II crew have to troubleshoot various of things. So I have to do the same with my gaming laptop. So yeah.
Copy. Thanks for the data.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You just heard some call downs from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, who you can see there on your screen. They did note that they are going to be moving the camera, currently providing these views, so we may lose those views momentarily. And recently, NASA astronaut Reid Weisman also confirmed to the ground that he had completed the umbilical cabin demonstration. This demonstration involved him configuring seat 2 on board the Orion spacecraft in order to open the supply umbilical to provide airflow directly into the cabin. The team had also called up a little bit earlier to confirm that they had completed the propulsion characterization test. Earlier in the mission, the team had observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system and isolated a branch of the oxygen pressurization system. And then since flight day 2, teams had been discussing that particular configuration and developed a test plan. And then after running that test plan through some simulators, they went ahead and decided to execute that test this evening. There was a desire to execute that test while the crew was awake and with the limited time remaining in the mission so that they can back up commands from mission control. So the best time to fit in that test to the plan was this evening, and they have confirmed that that test has been completed.
All right, but in the meantime, just like I've already said on the live chat, okay, I'm going to end the stream right now, less than 7 minutes. So we are going to, so I'm going to be out soon. Also, partly because I really want to have my lunch, and also partly because out of abundance of caution. So the video scheduler problem will not be recurring anymore. So that's why I need to be very careful, and I have to end the stream afterward. Yeah, originally I should have already ended the stream by now. I should have already ended the stream probably around 4 minutes ago, but due to the problem and also to compensate some kind of loss of coverage that we have, so instead I opted to keep the stream alive for additional more minutes before we finally end this stream.
Of the exterior
So
of
yeah.
the Orion spacecraft, these views coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. And in the distance, you can also see a crescent Earth. Of course, that is the destination for the Orion spacecraft and its crew now that they are on the return journey portion of their trip. They are expected to splash down in about 1 day, 20 hours, and 17 minutes from now off the coast of California. The crew and the spacecraft are currently about 176,000 miles away from Earth and about 107,000 miles away from the moon, and they are traveling at a velocity of about 2,200 miles per hour.
Yeah, so what you're looking right now is the view from the camera attached onboarded with the solar array wings, which is one of the important components for the Orion Integrity spacecraft to gain its power, and also to and also most importantly to power up anything that's important, including the communication lines and what's on. And that's how we actually able to see the view of this. And yeah, and looking at this point, we have around let me give my marks here. Mark at 4 minutes before we finally end the stream. So yeah, I guess because we also going to end the stream, you will see my avatar will be going out. I'll plan like this. I'm going to be out soon, which with my avatar will be out first, and then later on you will see even the remark of the live stream text there also going to be ended soon as well. And then afterward I will click stop streaming, and then that's going to be it. So yeah, and this is what you're looking right now. All right, and then after this, maybe I'll do my remark here less than a minute from now. So I'll do my remark, or possibly a little bit a minute before I started off with the goodbye remark. So hope everyone understand the situation. And yes, this is how it looks like. Oh, okay, that's interesting. They are photographing something here and there. Okay, using their Nikon. I'm not 100% sure. It could be Nikon D5 or Nikon Z9. Okay, but that's it, everybody. Looks like I can use my remark here, so I can end my avatar view one by one, so you know it's going to end here. So thank you so much, everybody for watching. I'm Daniel Suguwa, your host today for the Artemis II crewed mission, where the Orion Integrity spacecraft are now currently flying out from the moon from the lunar after doing the lunar aka also moon flyby, and they are now heading back to Earth for this brief update, day 8 and flight day 8, and also the Artemis II crew in question is the astronauts in no particular order: Victor Glover, Jeremy Hansen, Reid Weisman, and also Christina Koch. So that's it. That's these 4 astronauts involved in this mission. So thank you so much, everybody, for watching, and take care. I will also going to end this one by one. You will start see first with my avatar going out, and then later on with the live text, and then I'm going to click stop streaming after that. So thank you so much everybody for watching, and take care. Bye bye. And I can go. I can start right now. So get ready in 3, 2, 1. Okay, and here you see. You don't see this my avatar anymore. I've already closed it, and also I'm going to close my mic as well. But maybe mic can be the last. I don't know. You shall see soon. Okay. And here we go. Live text here. Okay. And that's it. Majestic view there, isn't it? This split screen you are looking right now. On the left side, inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft, and on the right side is the camera attached on the solar array wings of the Orion Integrity spacecraft. So that's it. Bye bye everybody. Take care.